For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is May 4th. It is 10:02 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr.
Present.
Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and power upon these who are present. Bless now our leaders, give them your guidance and your wisdom. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation, God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0303, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted in one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have items requested to be removed for separate consideration by Commissioner Abdul Rahman on page 3. 22-0305, request approval of a water wall easement for the purpose of constructing the Northwind Summit project. 22-0306, Department of HIV Elimination, request approval of the Ryan White HIV/AIDS Program HIV Emergency Relief Project grants. 22-0307, request approval of an indemnification, maintenance, and use land agreement for the purpose of granting conditional approval to allow storm drainage. And 22-0308, real estate and asset management, request approval of water vault easement dedication for the purpose of constructing the Ivy Kids Early Learning Center.
Any other items? Madam Clerk?
No further items.
All right, Commissioners, any other items? Why is this? Sure. All right, Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, I'm kind of unsure as to why these routine water-related, water rate-funded construction projects would be pulled for separate consideration. And I don't agree that that's necessary. Those are, separately, they're from a separate fund. They're tied to T-SPLOST projects. I just see no reason to have a separate conversation on each one of those items.
Well, but a commissioner has the right to remove an item for a separate discussion if he or she chooses. Madam,
I don't know what our policies are, but again, these are routine,
I understand that they're routine, but again.
not in her district at all.
Madam Vice Chair, I understand, but a commissioner has a right to remove items.
Well, I would just say then, in the future, if there's a question about an item that's routine, that is not in a certain district, that perhaps a question or two from the commissioners that are in that district would be helpful in order to facilitate a more condensed meeting.
All right, so noted for the record. Madam Hall, Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask that we move item 325 to be heard with item 314 on page 5 because they're both about, the jails.
Repeat those, Madam.
Is it on there? I didn't see it
That's on the
on
regular
the.
agenda.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes, I asked for it. You got it? Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. I have a couple of questions. Whether it's support or non-support is not relevant at this time, but as a sitting commissioner, I agree with you. I do have the right to remove those items for separate consideration. So what I would appreciate when it comes to me that the rules are still followed. Thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, I just wanted to note that the sheriff is attending an event this morning. He says he'll be here by 11 o'clock. And I know that one of the first item is the very next thing after public comment. But should the sheriff not be here by that point, I would just ask that we go through the agenda until he arrives.
We can accommodate that.
Thank you.
All right. Any other items on the consent agenda? All right, we will motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I received an add-on item this morning for the board's consideration to add. It's a resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-related purchases and for other purposes.
What's the emergency?
Mr. Chairman, the authority actually ends today. This item was missed during the agenda preparation.
All right, I entertain a motion to add that. The 5 affirmative votes, please vote. Motion to approve to add by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion is approved 7 unanimously.
All right.
On page 4, regular meeting agenda, adoption of the regular meeting, 22-0310. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have amendments to today's regular meeting agenda. Items to be revised. Commissioner Hall has requested to remove 3 proclamations from today's regular meeting agenda. proclamations recognizing Inman Park Neighborhood Association, Morris Brown College, and Slush Restaurant. On page 7, 22-0325, the sheriff, the requested action was amended to request approval for funding of an IGA with Cobb County Sheriff's Office for the housing of up to 500 Fulton County inmates at Cobb County Jail.
That's to be amended?
To be amended, yes. The requested item, requested action was amended.
All right.
On page 7 and 22-0327, this item, there was just a clerical error to correct a typo on page 4, as well as on page 8, 22-0329. Those were clerical errors.
Okay.
And we're moving up items as requested by Commissioner Hall, 22-0325, to be heard with the Alpharetta jail item, 22-0314, to be heard after that item. And we're also moving up item on page 7, 22-0326, move that item up to also be heard after item 0325. Request approval of resolution approving a lease agreement between Fulton County and City of South Fulton for the use of Wolf Creek, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to request that the COVID update be heard after all the action items have been heard, and that the items that were removed from the consent agenda, which are action items, be heard before the commissioner's action items.
Okay, no objections, all right. Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, sir, are you able to follow all this, Madam Clerk? Okay, thank you.
I would like to move up item 0328 to be heard after the sheriff's items. That's on page 8, the top of page 8.
You with us, Madam Clerk? All right, anything else? All right, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended. The motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0311.
Just one moment. Now, I'm going to ask us, and when we get to the regular agenda, that we be as concise as possible and try to limit our conversation, because at least 2, probably 3 of us will have to leave to catch flights to the link trip. So let's be mindful so that we won't lose a quorum. Let's take care of all of the action items before there's a possibility of losing a quorum. Continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0311, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, April 13th, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, April 20th, 2022.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0312, presentations of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Mayor Khalid Kamau Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6. All right, it's 10:14, 30 minutes. 10:14.
Good morning. Whereas Mayor Khalid Kamau was elected the second mayor of the city of South Fulton, Georgia, where a population that is more or right at 92% African American, and whereas Mayor Kamau is a native Atlantan and grew up on Old National Highway with his mother, Elsie, who managed Grady's Bankhead Clinic, and his father, Steve, who was an accountant for the city of Atlanta, and whereas Mayor Khalid first became involved in city government through Atlanta Mayor Maynard Jackson's neighborhood planning unit system, and in 2005, he organized renters in Atlanta's rapidly gentrifying Mechanicsville neighborhood, and whereas Mayor Khalid was elected to the South Fulton City Council, District 6 in 2017, and during this tenure, he fought to increase funding for the city's parks and cultural affairs department, authored legislation to create a $1 million pedestrian safety fund to install speed bumps in working class neighborhoods, and authorized legislation to create a paid election day holiday, making the city of South Fulton the first city in the South and one of the first in the nation to do so, as well as several other resolutions and legislation. And as of yesterday, I found out that he was able to do the online challenge of a dance that I don't know many people could do successfully, and he successfully did it with the students of Tri-Cities High, right, as well. And so I wanted to add that in there as well. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Mayor Khalid Kamau for his tireless work to improve the lives of Fulton County citizens and celebrate the occasion of his inauguration as the second mayor of the city of South Fulton, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 4th, 2022, as Mayor Khalid Kamau Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
I won't take too long. There's a story during Abraham Lincoln's short time in office. There was a general that came, and they were talking about the war, the Civil War, and the general said, "Would you pray with me that God is on our side?" And Abraham Lincoln replied, "I never worry about that. I worry if we are on God's side." And I still believe the things that I was taught in Sunday school. I still want to be a servant and do for the least of these, as I was raised to do. So that is all I try to do here in Atlanta's new twin city, South Fulton, Georgia. So thank you all so much for recognizing that. South Fulton forever.
The next proclamation is recognizing Small Business Week, sponsored by Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Hausman, and Commissioner Arrington.
And I know we have a lot of people here to help us celebrate Small Business Week, so y'all come on down. Madam Clerk, will you add Commissioner Hall to this proclamation, please?
Yes, so noted.
All right, well, while they're gathering, I just want to say that we know that small businesses are the backbone of our county, our state, and our country. Y'all make everything happen, and certainly appreciate y'all coming down. We're happy to recognize you and all the good work that you do for our community, and it's my honor to read this proclamation into the record. Whereas the United States Small Business Administration created National Small Business Week in order to celebrate the resiliency and tenacity of America's entrepreneurs who are doing their part to power our nation's historic economic comeback. And whereas Fulton County is committed to fostering a business-friendly climate that will attract entrepreneurs, enable the county to remain competitive, and generate jobs and opportunities for our citizens. And whereas Select Fulton is the economic development arm for Fulton County and provides a comprehensive suite of services for residents and small businesses. And whereas Select Fulton worked with access to capital for entrepreneurs, a local community development financial institution, to respond to small business needs by deploying $6.9 million in loans, resulting in an additional $14.9 million in loans to support 370 small businesses throughout Fulton County. And whereas Select Fulton, in partnership with the South Fulton Chamber of Commerce, was one of 52 communities nationally to receive a $1 million Small Business Administration Community Navigator Pilot Program grant to provide technical assistance and counseling to our most disadvantaged small businesses, also the first SBA grant the county has ever received. Whereas Select Fulton provides free tools and resources for small businesses on its website, like Size Up, a small business intelligence portal, Zoom Prospector, a site selection platform, and our Empowering Entrepreneurs webinar series with free online business coaching sessions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County encourages all citizens to recognize the contributions of our entrepreneurs and small businesses and to celebrate the impact Fulton County and its partners have had in supporting our small business community, and does hereby proclaim May 2nd through the 5th, 2022, as Small Business Week in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
I'll be brief in my remarks. I'm Samir Abdullahi, Deputy Director for Select Fulton. Today is definitely a celebration for small businesses, but I want to thank the many partners that are on the stage here with us today. It is not just Fulton County working in the silo, but leveraging our outside partners. I'm going to do like the Oscars and maybe just name names. So Marty Turper at the Development Authority, Tracy at the Department of Community Affairs. We got Brett in Workforce Development, Isham at Creative Mischief. We got our Small Business Administration partners here, even though the Secretary's in the city. City of Sandy Springs, Mecca and Neobiz. Who else? City of Roswell. I know Maceo was over there in East Point. Again, Development Authority, the North Fulton and South Fulton Chamber of Commerce. A lot of communities and partners come together to make this stuff work. So thank you for coming today, and thank you for celebrating our efforts. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Drinking Water Week, sponsored by Vice Chair Houseman.
Do we have our water professionals to come down? The ones that make our community. Madam Clerk, would you please add Commissioner Hall to this one as well? In fact, this one should be a full board, I would think.
Yes, so noted, full board.
Thank you, thank you. All right. This is another really important area that Fulton County excels in, is providing great, clean drinking water to our residents. And so we're really pleased to have all y'all come down today and be able to celebrate your continued great work you do for our community. Come on down now. All right. All right, and we'll get started. Whereas water is one of our most valuable natural resources, and only tap water delivers public health protection, fire protection, and support for our economy and the quality of life that we enjoy. And whereas Drinking Water Week is a week-long celebration wherein the American Water Works Association, AWWA, and Fulton County Department of Public Works join together to recognize the vital role water plays in our daily lives. And whereas any measure of success of a successful society, low mortality rates, economic growth, and diversity, productivity, and public safety are in some way related to the access of safe water. And whereas this year's theme, There When You Need It, calls upon each citizen of Fulton County to help protect our source waters from pollution, to practice water conservation, and to get involved in local water issues by getting to know their water. And whereas the Fulton County Department of Public Works provides safe drinking water to over 75,000 retail and wholesale customers in North Fulton and maintains over 1,200 miles of pipes ranging from 12 to 54-inch in diameter, 12 water storage tanks totaling 17 million gallons, 5 operational pump stations, 75,000 water meters, and 21,000 fire hydrants, and over 20,500 valves and appurtenances. And to commemorate this occasion, Fulton County will celebrate Drinking Water Week through school events, tours, community presentations, where the focus is placed on ways in which our customers can get to know and value their water supply during this very special week. Now, therefore, it be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes and commends the Department of Public Works for their continued dedication and public service, and does hereby proclaim the week of May 1st through the 7th, 2022, as Drinking Water Week in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations. Are you going to speak? Is David going to speak?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm David Clark. I'm the Director of Public Works. It's my honor to be able to lead such a great organization that mostly is represented here, both on my right and left. As the Commissioner said, this week's theme is There When You Need It, and that's something we pride ourselves into as an organization. If we're doing our job right, you're not thinking about what we're doing. The water just gets turned on when you're at the faucet or when you're at the shower or wherever you're at. And fortunately, with these guys and gals, we be able to meet that need every single day. As the Commissioner said, we provide about 30 million gallons of drinking water a day through our Tom Low plant, which is a partnership with the City of Atlanta that is run on a daily basis by Kathy Cruz and the Veolia CARFA team. And with their help and assistance, we can do our job. So with that, I'd just like to thank everybody and remember to conserve water, but to celebrate the fact that we have water. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Mental Health Month, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
All right, could everyone come down for the Mental Health Month proclamation? Hello, 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 hello. Good to see you. Come on over here. All right, good to see you all. We got a signal for some people on this side to move over to this side. And sir, I am waiting for you. Good to see you. All right. All right. Whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our communities and throughout our nation, and many people face challenges in life that can impact their mental health, especially during a pandemic. And whereas mental health is essential to overall health and well-being, and prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions. And whereas 1 in 5 people will experience a mental illness during their lifetime, and there are practical tools that all people can use to improve their mental health and increase resiliency. And whereas this year's theme, Back to Basics, provides foundational knowledge about mental health conditions and information about what people can do if their mental health is a cause for concern. And whereas recovery is a unique and personal journey that requires trial and error to determine that works best for each individual, and each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen shares the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and prevention efforts. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners calls upon the citizens, governmental entities, public and private institutions, businesses and schools in Fulton County to commit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and the need to provide appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions, and does hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Mental Health Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Good morning. I'm Latrina Foster, the Director for Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health. I want to thank the Board of Commissioners for recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month. I also want to thank my staff who do the hard work day in and day out to ensure that our citizens have access to behavioral health services. I definitely have to recognize our partners who make this happen for us to ensure that we're able to increase access to care. We have Chris 180, who is a great partner with us. We have River Edge Behavioral Health. We have Summit Counseling Center. We have Odyssey Family Counseling Center. We have the Policing Alternative and Diversion Program, Grady. I mean, we have so many partners, and I'm just thankful that I'm able to stand up here today and say that we have partnerships where we're able to increase access to care. And we look to continue to expand our partnerships throughout this county so that we can become a village and help individuals that are in need of behavioral health services. Thank you so much.
The next proclamation is recognizing Older Americans Month, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
No way. Yes, sir. Okay, all right. Come on over here. Good. Is that Miss Maxine Davis? All right, Miss Davis. All right. Okay, you're gonna do Dr. Okay, you're gonna, okay. Is Gregory speaking? It is an honor to present this with full board approval to our Department of Senior Services and to honor Health and Human Services across Fulton County. And the proclamation reads, whereas Fulton County adopted the Health and Human Services strategic priority areas of supporting vulnerable residents in our social services and preventing health disparities by educating residents and connecting them to available resources. And whereas the Department of Senior Services supports independence, health, and delay cognitive decline through programs for seniors, caregivers, and the community by providing programs in group and individual settings through preventive intervention and supportive services. And whereas these critical services support independence, impacts social isolation, removes physical or cognitive abilities, and includes transportation, in-home services, minor home repairs, home-delivered meals, direct and virtual life programs in the areas of life enrichment, health and fitness, and we recognize the value of the Older Americans Act, the Administration on Aging, older Americans, and our continued need for them to inspire, influence, and enrich individuals of all ages and future generations. And whereas this year's theme, Age My Way, provides an opportunity for all of us to explore the many ways older adults can remain in and be involved with their communities. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners urges every resident to take time in May to engage in the Aging in Place framework through participation, discussions on planning, accessibility, and make connections, which results in emphasizing what each person needs and prefers, is unique, and does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Older Americans Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, Senior Services. And we will have Ladisa, the Director of the Department of Senior Services, Gregory, and Miss Maxine Davis speak in that order.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hall. Good morning, everyone. And to the best team in Fulton County, I love you. I'm so grateful for you and the work. And to the commissioners, we can't thank you enough for continuing to fund our department that supports the staff and our operations that allows us to support the most important population in Fulton County, older Americans. Andre Gregory, our program manager, is going to come up and introduce our senior who's going to accept this year's proclamation.
Good morning, everyone. All right. Maxine Davis, she's a strong supporter of our Bowden facility located at East Point. She's taken many of our classes. But not only that, but she's also contributed to the community at the Bowden facility because she has sponsored events. In the midst of the COVID period, she's also elevated her skills and abilities and took our events online and virtually. And is also at this time helping us with our virtual classes and teaching virtual classes to our seniors, not just here in Fulton County, but to whoever the senior are who would like to be involved. Ms. Maxine Davis has also become the Friends of Bowden president recently. So we think she's an excellent example of what our seniors are like in our 4 multi-purpose facilities. So at this time, she'll be accepting a proclamation on our department's behalf, and I'll bring her to the mic.
not long, I speak quickly. And I did know he was going to tell you a few things about myself, so I may repeat it in here. Okay, you know my name, Maxine Davis. Here is how much I have enjoyed participating in the Fulton County senior facilities. On the very day of my 55th birthday, I returned to the HJC Bowden Senior Multipurpose Facility after waiting five years to be old enough to become a participant. Still working on my job, I arranged my days off so I could attend line dancing, swimming, computer training, choir, and let's not forget breakfast and lunch, and so much more. With the onset of COVID, it has been the online classes and senior support check-ins that have been a lifeline for many of us seniors. This being Older Americans Month, as the president of Friends of Bowden and the Friends of Bowden website administrator, we have all the activities for all 4 multipurpose facilities listed on our website, www.friendsofbowden.org, with direct links to the events. We have sent and will continue to send email blasts to subscribers, letting seniors know about the Older Americans Month events. Thank you, board, for recognizing May as the month to celebrate the lives of senior adults in Fulton County. I issued this additional request and challenge. Help us celebrate the life of one senior. HJC Bowden, or Father Bowden, as he is affectionately called, by supporting the Bowden Legacy of Service campaign to erect a bust of HJC Bowden in front of the HJC Bowden Senior Multipurpose Facility. It is largely due to his selfless, tireless, and tenacious work that senior facilities even exist in Fulton County, the Bowden facility being the very first one. That Older Americans Month exists is also, it can also be attributed to his foundational work. Again, thank you, board, for this proclamation, and we look forward to you supporting the Bowden Legacy of Service campaign when you visit our website, www.friendsofbowden.org. Have a wonderful day.
The last proclamation is recognizing Brother Stone Ramsey Appreciation Day,
Can I get
sponsored
Brother
by Commissioner
Stone
Abdul Rahman.
and all of the street groomers and all of the individuals, community members that are supporting? Can you please come down? And just move in equally to both sides, please. You know, we were all raised to believe these words of, when I was naked, you clothed me. When I was hungry, you fed me. Sometimes, as elected officials, we get caught up in the power of the sweets, and we forget the power of the streets. I come today humbly recognizing this person, because I have personally watched him go into communities that even the police did not want to go into. I've watched him feed individuals that others walked over. I watched him give the word of God to someone who had no reason to believe that the word of God even exists. So today, I take this very personal. Today, whereas Philip Angelo Ramsey, known throughout the Atlanta as Stone, was born in Detroit, Michigan, and raised in San Diego, California, and enjoyed the benefits of a strong, familiar upbringing and graduated from a Christian high school. And whereas Stone met brother Haroon Shahid Wakil, and they founded Street Groomers with the objective of creating and providing programs and projects for community youth, creating economic opportunities, advocating for transitional and affordable housing, patrolling and cleaning up areas in the streets where oftentimes no others would ever venture, designated as high crime areas, and also obtaining economic support for street groomers while creating partnerships with community organizations like Fountain of Hope and Community Boutique, which mirrors their goals. And whereas cultural tribes enter into the peace covenant agreement, honoring their commitment to dismantle the framework of gang violence. Now I'm going to repeat this again. I was able to stand as a witness as these former gang members stood before their community humbly and asked the gangs to stop the violence. To dismantle the framework of gang violence and street groomers in partnership with the community-based organizations, they are literally taking back the streets from crime, violence, and police brutality. And Brother Stone knows that the streets belongs to the community, and it is only through the community involvement that any meaningful change can and will occur when love goes before those that are considered the less of these. Whereas the communities of Atlanta have a strong ally in Brother Stone and street groomers, called our African-American politician Al Bertel to run for governor, as well as Brother Stone saw him as a proponent of community involvement in government and realized that such a person would afford community leaders a seat at the table, and along with special interest corporations and lobbyists. And whereas in his efforts, Brother Stone has partnered with several community partners, including President and First Lady of Street Groomers, CEO of the Community Boutique with LA Pink, myself, Commissioner Khadija Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Larry Johnson of DeKalb County, Georgia State Representative Misha Maynard, City Councilman Mark Baker, Rashard Ritchie of the Rashard Ritchie Morning Show, Chief Magistrate Judge Cassandra Kirk, Reflections of Trinity Juneteenth Atlanta Parade and Music Festival, and Veterans Empowerment Organizations, which caters to 75 homeless veterans every first and third Sunday of each month. It is with immense pride and humility that I, as a part of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Brother Stone Ramsey and the Tribe Resurrection in Unity Peace Covenant for their commitment to the local community, and does hereby proclaim Saturday, April 16, 2022, as Brother Stone Ramsey Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. He's a man of few words, but I'm gonna see if I can get him to say something. Come on, man.
First, I want to thank God, because it's through God who called us to do our work that we do. I move according to God. It's His will. I'd like to thank my lovely wife who stands at my side and helped me through all, you know, all my street groomers, every street groomer, you know. I forgot they didn't add America Lee, because we do a lot with him as well. You know, what it is, it's about us standing for our communities. It's about us making a change for our future. It's about us looking at the young ones that we have coming up today. As leaders in the community, that goes for all our politicians as well. we don't have the time to stand away from one another. We have to come together to actually make this work so that these kids can have a future. So along with all my street groomer family, we the people who demand equal justice, I want to thank my sons. They're young. And here go the greatest part about my kids. Being young men, they don't run the streets. They help me help the streets daily. I don't want to take up too much time, but what I would like to do is have a representative of street groomers, Mr. Al Bartell, speak for me for a second.
And, Mr. Commissioner, I understand the time, so I'll only take a second. We're clear that peace covenants are a model and a mechanism to decrease and dismantle gang violence in Atlanta, the state of Georgia, and the United States of America. So it would be useful for us to offer a declaration of peace covenant. So today, whereas the Cultural Tribes Peace Network is constituted, the Cultural Tribes Peace Network has a committed vision to dismantle the framework of gang violence. And whereas the Cultural Tribes Peace Network has invoked a comprehensive peace covenant strategy, and whereas the Cultural Tribes Peace Network shall offer a declaration known as the Peace Covenant Partnership. Therefore, this declaration of Peace Covenant Partnership is hereby established between the Cultural Tribes Peace Network and Fulton County Mighty Six Commissioner Khadija Abdul Rahman. And upon your signature, it has you be the first Peace Covenant partner.
You surprised me with that.
Commissioner, I want to turn this over to you, but I want to say this to you. I have a strong, very, very strong voice within our communities, very strong and powerful. And I want you to know, anytime you need that voice in the community, it's yours.
All right, Commissioners, it is 10:56. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 5, public hearings, 22-0313, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will allow to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, the public comment will be suspended and business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, will start with speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 6 speaker cards.
6?
6.
Okay.
Will all 6 speakers please come down? Keith Gamage, Sandra Burkhart, Ruth Walker, Jewel Johnson, Connie Robinson, and L.A. Pink Ramsey.
All right, as always, when you have strike that, when you have 15 seconds remaining in your 2 minutes, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that will be your clue to finish your remarks. And that applies to everyone except current and former elected officials.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
We also have another elected official here, Mayor of Alpharetta. You plan to speak, Mayor Gilman?
Only if necessary.
Well, you came all the way
Okay.
down here, so I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure that they were aware you were here.
All right, 30 minutes, 10:58.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Commissioners, colleagues, friends. I'm so appreciative of the efforts that you provided with regard to increasing pay throughout the county, but I stand to speak on behalf of the lawyers in the county, particularly our prosecutors. I was happy to work with the county manager, Mr. Adams, Shea Alexander, the county attorney, finance and HR, and each of you who voted in favor of market rate for talented attorneys, as we're the busiest court system in the southeastern jurisdiction. I'll be brief. I want you to hear for about 15 seconds from one of our very experienced attorneys, and I want the public to know how you all value us and how we appreciate it. My Deputy Assistant Prosecutor, Ms. Michelle McCutcheon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Michelle McCutcheon. I have been an attorney, a prosecuting attorney for 27 years. I've been an attorney for 29 years. I decided 10 years after law school after undergraduate school, that I wanted to attend law school and become an attorney. I went to our then recently established Georgia State University College of Law. I had the privilege of interning with our former Justice Charles Weltner, may he rest in peace, at the Georgia Supreme Court. I have worked as an assistant district attorney in the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, the Stone Mountain DeKalb District Attorney's Office, and the Griffin Judicial Circuit. I have worked as a prosecutor in the major felony unit in the Fulton County District Attorney's Office for 8 years, the Crimes Against Women and Children unit for 2 years. I would say I've probably, as a veteran trial lawyer of 27 years, tried about 150 or more cases. Probably close to 100 of those have been murders. I was the lead attorney in the East Point serial murder cases that occurred in early 2000 here in Fulton County. I was also one of 5 attorneys assigned to the Brian Nichols courthouse shooting cases. 4 years ago, Solicitor General Gamage persuaded me, as he is a zealous and persuasive advocate, to leave my employment as an assistant district attorney and join his office. I was motivated and encouraged by his vision of restorative, rehabilitative justice for both victims and rehabilitation and restorative access for persons accused of crimes. After having been a decades-long prosecuting attorney of felonies, I understand that once you are in Superior Court and you are a convicted felon and you are a recidivist offender, the state is very limited in what it can do. I am very grateful to the Commission for recognizing the need to increase the salaries for our attorneys. I am very enthralled by the opportunities for our young prosecutors to remain committed to remain prosecutors. And now that they have these salary increases, I am assured and confident that they will do so. So on behalf of all of the attorneys, the Assistant Solicitor Generals in Fulton County, thank you very much. And thank you for your generosity in making certain that our office has been able to thrive during the pandemic and continue to serve the citizens of Fulton County. Thank you.
Ms. McCutcheon represents a very seasoned attorney in our office, and it's a talent we need to keep. Mr. Patrick is a young lawyer and left about a year ago our office to go into a civil firm where he was paid about 30% more. He's now returned and is going to be under our tutelage. Thank you for letting me take a little more time just to say thank you and to thank my team for hanging in there. I know that the DA, the judges, our courts, and the public defender all say thank you as well. Thank you.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I live in Fulton County. I've been coming to these meetings for months. I'm back because I'm wired to do the things that please God. We are all designed to do the things that please God and other people. People who use their power to divide us are disgusting. They use gender, politics, and color as effective weapons to divide us. Truth should unite us. Facts should unite us. But some are more focused on delivering their candidates of their choice. I am curious Commissioner Chairman Rob Pitts. In a press conference after Warnock was elected, we heard you say, we delivered President Biden, we delivered Senator Ossoff, we delivered Senator Warnock, and we're going to deliver Senator Warnock again in 2022. Is your reelection one of them to be delivered? What are the required pieces to deliver a candidate? Are they in place? Who are the we that deliver candidates? Will the appointment of Kathy Woolard as chairman of Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections be helpful to the plan? How about the replacement of Richard Barron? Are they on board? In this upcoming election, does Fulton County have to wait until other counties have turned in their counts before Fulton County turns in their counts? Many people with honesty and integrity want fair and transparent elections. So do God. So does God, and so do I. He is watching all of us, and my trust is in him. Thank you.
Greetings, Council. My name is Ruth Walker, and I am here because there has been a systematic issue with our housing, and it's in the historical books. And I love to educate people and to let them know of what's going on, because ignorance of the law is no excuse. But what is going on in the city of Atlanta, in the state of Georgia, is unacceptable when this committee is about the welfare of our constituents. There are people that are being evicted. There are elders. No one is answering the phones at DCA, and this is unacceptable, especially when they received nearly $1 billion for this issue. And so I can go back to history, 1935 to 1975, the Reconstruction era, all of that. If we don't do nothing and we keep perpetuating this cycle, it will continue to go on. And I will not stand for it because it's not right. And we keep saying God, and I thought we wasn't even supposed to mix church and state. But guess what? I feel like God to the government means gold, oil, and drugs. Because if it was really about God, you would not let the least of these be treated the way they are. And it's unacceptable. And at the same time, I love you, Miss Khadijah. You got a fire. You are awesome. But we are not going to use the word humble no more, because it means low estimate of one's worth. And I know you don't believe that. And you, Mr. Bob, last time you're here, you said something that kind of like struck me weird. You said, we police ourselves. Like, what? Y'all police yourselves? I can't believe that. But what I do know is that we need to have a real issue, a real conversation of what's going on in the city of Atlanta, and all of these people that have been evicted, once they have
15 seconds.
finished their applications with DCA. I have reached out to Tanya Curry and down, and nobody is taking this serious. Daphne Walker, all of them. So it's unacceptable, and our constituents are being put out on the street.
Good morning. My name is Jewel Johnson, and I'm a South Fulton County resident of the city of South Fulton. I have several concerns about recent activities of this commission. At the last meeting of this commission on April 13, 2022, our elected officials moved from the agenda in items of discussion approving emergency maintenance detention ponds cleanup in city of South Fulton to address growing safety and health concerns. That same day, this body approved the following for North Fulton County, for Johns Creek, Alpharetta, and Milton. These were all infrastructure projects that totaled $1.5 million. There is something very wrong with this picture from a chairman and a commission that is responsible for all Fulton County residents to spend $1.5 million for North Fulton projects and nothing from South Fulton. At the same April 13, 2022 meeting, the commission did not approve handing over Wolf Creek Amphitheater to the residents and city of South Fulton that was promised when the city of South Fulton became its own city. However, in a recent press release, Fulton County agreed to lease Wolf Creek Amphitheater to the city of South Fulton. What are the terms of the lease? How much is city of South Fulton paying for the lease, and how long? Since Fulton County retains ownership of Wolf Creek Amphitheater, Fulton County is responsible to clean up and maintain the facilities surrounding the area. I understand it. Wolf Creek Amphitheater is a Superfund site, which means an environmental program established to address abandoned hazardous waste sites.
15 seconds.
As such, Fulton County is responsible to provide the funds to clean up that site, so create a better quality of life for South Fulton residents. The inequities between North Fulton and South Fulton must end as of today. You are responsible.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Connie Robinson, and I'm a resident of Fulton County. I actually live in the city of South Fulton. I have several concerns, but I want to address what happened on the April 13th meeting by the commission, in which an agenda item 22-0259 was removed from the agenda, and that particular item was to approve emergency maintenance detention pond cleanup in the city of South Fulton to address growing safety and health concerns. The city of South Fulton has been neglected, and I'm here to stand before you to say, please show fairness and equity as it relates across the county, not just to more of the North County or even Atlanta for that matter. I know in that same meeting on April the 13th, $1.5 million was granted for infrastructure as it relates to North Fulton County. But what are you doing for South Fulton County? You all are to represent the county as a whole. I understand that you all have different districts that you represent, but we're one body as it relates to the county, and I think that you all should be able to address the different needs as it relates to the county and put them in some type of priority order, not just remove South Fulton off the agenda item as it relates to things that pertain to them. So again, I'm asking for fairness and equity, that you please look at what's happening in the city of South Fulton and address those concerns, especially those detention ponds that have been neglected for so long. Thank you. Good morning. So once again, I didn't think that I was going to have to stand up here. I thought my husband would get his proclamation. We were going about our way. But I got whiff that there is an agenda trying to take off for community leaders or other people that do things inside of the community to be taken off of public comments. I don't understand, except the fact of those that's being challenged, that to have a problem with us speaking. No, I don't live inside of the area, not supposed to, but I service your area. And you had no problem with standing with me while I was servicing it, while I was helping you with your campaign and doing all the other things inside of the community. So now all of a sudden we have a problem with people that doesn't live inside of the area, but service the area. You have a problem with us coming up here speaking the truth. Get up on your job. Do what you're supposed to do. The things that's being spoken about, each and every last one of you, is spoke because you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. You're going against the grain. And now you're being challenged on it. Now you have a problem. Well, trust me, even if you keep me out of here, you can't keep me out your community, and I'll knock on every door until I get you out of office.
Good morning. I am Jim Gilvin, Mayor of Alpharetta. I wanted to just say thank you for taking up this critical issue for the North Fulton area. I agree with the earlier speaker. Fulton is an extraordinary county. It stretches almost 90 miles, covering a lot of different geographic and demographic areas, and there are different needs within the community, but we are one community. And we appreciate this commission addressing that matter appropriately for every area. I want to thank County Administrator Dick Anderson and Sheriff Labatt and his team over the last few months. We've worked closely with the staff to try to make sure that we could reopen the jail that the sheriff previously operated. Not Sheriff Labatt, but pre-COVID, this was already in operation for nearly 20 years. And so it's just a matter of how do we get it back open to continue serving the 400,000 people north of the Chattahoochee. So just wanted to thank you for that. I will be here if y'all have any questions once you take up the matter, but I wanted to express my congratulations on bringing the item forward, and I hope it will go well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 4 speakers on Zoom and 3 email comments.
Good morning, Commissioners. We actually just received an additional one, so we're up to 5 speakers. The first person to speak is Matt Rowanzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My question to you today is, would you recommend getting rid of your audit department and all your auditors within the county? Because if you were to, that recommendation wouldn't surprise me, because we seem to have a pattern now of doing audits and doing nothing about it. Today, agenda item 22-0318 on page 5 relates to poll pad tech support for this primary election, which we all know we are now in the middle of. So here we have another example of not following or implementing any of the recommendations from the audit of last year. Finding number 3 was untimely payment of invoices. This fits squarely in that area. So my question to you is, are we going to make any changes? And I would direct this to you, Mr. Chairman. You're the chair of this board. It's time we have some leadership and some transparency and some action. If not, I would suggest you change your campaign signs to pits for Fulton chairman, where we find issues and we do nothing about it. We could add some clowns, some beach balls, maybe some confetti, and really make it look like a circus that this is. So it's time to take action. We've talked about this way too long. Let's do something about it and be responsible with taxpayer dollars in the process. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, commissioners and staff, and greetings to you citizens of Fulton County. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. When members of the Commission on Elder Affairs voted to not meet in December, Office of Aging and Youth Management failed to inform those members of the history and tradition of the Commission on Elder Affairs. Under Helene S. Mills and Dorothy Benson and Lathandra Robinson and Ernestine Mitchell and Joan Lee, they talked in December about taking busloads of seniors down to commissioners' meetings in January. They talked in December about the plight of the underserved seniors in the northern part of our county. They talked in December about taking better care of those in adult daycare. They talked in December about food in the multi-purpose facilities and in the many senior centers. So why did they vote to not meet in December 2022? Could it be a lack of understanding, a lack of caring, a lack of foresight, and a lack of oversight? I submit, when it comes to the cares and concerns of senior citizens, there should be no lack. Just meet in December and attack.
The next person to speak is Lisa Brown. Lisa Brown.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning once again. As a resident of Enum Pines for the last 19 years, the past 19 years, I've observed our retention ponds, and I say ponds meaning more than one in our community, which brings cause for some EPA concerns due to the overgrowth, the environment, the health hazards, the safety issues. These ponds have become an eyesore. There's no drainage, therefore water is stagnant, causing rodents, beavers have also invaded, and snakes and mosquitoes have become a great concern. As I've spoken with several neighbors, I've literally been told that snakes have come up to their back door. Some have even been bitten by beavers. As a longtime resident, I plead with Fulton County to take ownership, responsibility, and service what has become an eyesore, a distraction, a turnoff, a safety issue. And that is the retention ponds of Enum Pines community. Thank you so much.
The next person to speak is Myrtle by Bowden.
Morning. Good morning. I too would like to speak regarding the detention ponds in Enum Pines subdivision, as well as the other 30 detention ponds in the city of South Fulton. That is the responsibility of Fulton County to maintain. The resolution has been presented twice and removed from the agenda. I am asking now that you do not renege on your responsibility to maintain the detention ponds in the city of South Fulton that were grandfathered in the early 1990s. I'm asking you to simply do the right thing. Put aside your personal agendas and your petty dislikes and do the right thing for the citizens that you represent, for the taxpayers and the voters and the ones that actually pay your salary.
The next person to speak is Rudy Karn. Rudy Karn.
All right, continue.
Okay, with that being said, that concludes the Zoom portion of the public comments.
You have 2 emails.
Yes, we have next the 3 email
right.
comments.
Quickly.
The first commenter is Yvonne Barber. Question, please, when will my senior home be repaired, rebuilt in Union City, Georgia, 30291 Fulton County? Have been on housing rehab wait list with Fulton County 15 years. When will my senior citizen residential home be repaired, rebuilt, when? Public comment by James R. Beatty. I am writing to share my knowledge and offer my perspective of Mr. Rodney Littles. I have had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Littles for about 25 years and have worked with him in various capacities relative to business and economic development. I am an economic development and corporate site selection consultant and have been recognized as a top 50 consultant in America. I can attest to Mr. Littles' business judgment, knowledge, ethics, and integrity. I highly respect his perspective and approach and would like to look forward to working with him and the board to recruit business and industry to Fulton County. I am available to answer any questions you may have at your convenience. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments. The next comment is from Mr. Rodney James Little. Good morning, Chairman Pitts and members of the Fulton County Commission. My name is Rodney James Littles, a resident of the new city of South Fulton. I am the president of R.J. Littles and Associates, a management and financial consulting firm. I have over 30 years of real estate and business development consulting experience across the United States and internationally. I am a graduate of the Martin J. Whitman School of Management at Syracuse University. I am the valedictorian of the 2018 Fulton County Citizens University class. I am the son of a descendant of the Greenwood Tulsa massacre of 100 years ago on my father's side. My mother's family is from Anderson, South Carolina. I am a lost son of the South returning. I am submitting this statement for the record to clear my name from the attack on my character by Commissioner Bob Ellis at the last commission meeting. To be clear, I was interviewed this year by attorney Henry Washington of Anderson, Tate and Carr about a 4-day golf industry luncheon that I helped to organize for business opportunities in the multi-billion-dollar golf industry for minority entrepreneurs. I recruited this event to the Atlanta area that attracted over 600 attendees during the summer of 2021 to the Marietta Hotel and Conference Center. My firm was hired by James Beatty, CEO of NCIS and Beatty Golf Ventures of Omaha, Nebraska, as project manager for the 4-day golf industry business conference and expo. Ms. Joanne Potts and Ms. Judith Richards, one of the ethics complaint filers against Ms. Potts, both attended. Attorney Washington interviewed me this winter about that luncheon discussion with Ms. Judith Richards,
15
Ms.
seconds.
Potts, and Mr. Beatty. However, as long as you apologize for insinuating that I am not an ethical choice and state publicly that I am more than qualified to serve on the authority board, then I can forgive your attack on my character. Thank you for your time and attention. I remain an advocate of the advancement of my community. This concludes the
No further speakers?
No further speakers.
All right, thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 5, presentations to the board, 22-0314, Alpharetta Jail renovation. Authorize the county attorney to develop an IGA sponsored by Vice Chair Hausman.
Thank you, and I see the sheriff is here. I don't know if you would like to come on down, Mr. Sheriff. Also invite Mayor Gilvin to come down if he'd like to offer any comment to this. Commissioners, as you know, the Alpharetta Jail served as a North Fulton annex for almost 20 years. It was closed in March of 2020 at the onset of the pandemic for staffing issues and other COVID-related problems. Over the last 4 or 5 months, we have been talking about this extensively in North Fulton with the mayors of North Fulton, maybe even longer than that. It may have been back last fall that the conversation started. There's been conversations about how do we get it back open. Will the county assist? Will a North Fulton Jail Authority need to be established? A host of different scenarios have been discussed with the North Fulton mayors. So I'm here today to hear from the sheriff, but to offer to you that I think we've come up with a plan to get it open, and I would appreciate the sheriff weighing in his comments. The cost to get the building in condition to open has been estimated to be $517,000. That is what is before us today. I know Alpharetta has sent over a draft of an IGA at the end of March that we have not agreed upon at this point. But the goal is to get the facility open this summer, tentatively the end of June. And in order to make that goal while we're working on the IGA, it's important to go ahead and get the renovations underway. So, Mr. Sheriff, if you'd like to come up and add anything further to that, I would appreciate it.
First of all, good morning. And let me start by saying this, because if I didn't, I wouldn't be the sheriff. This is National Correction Officer Week, so if you see a correction officer anywhere in your midst, preferably please say thank you for what they do. And this is actually a great transition into what we've been working on for months. And this is an opportunity for, really the underlining opportunity here is for us to get public safety and crime in a space that we can start to manage. And Sheriff, what are you saying? I'm saying that having talked to Chief Roberson in Alpharetta and other chiefs around our fair county, they have as many as 5,000 individuals that would have been stopped over the last year or a year and a half that ordinarily would have spent some time in someone's facility. And because we were not in a space to accommodate that at the time, hence they got a copy of charges or they got a ride home, whatever that looked like, right? And so we're in a space to really redefine and lean in to make this happen. Personally, from a budgetary standpoint, this $517,000. I got to give Mr. Davis, Director Davis, and his team a real shout out because from a dream perspective, he and our county manager certainly have leaned in to make sure that we can be as efficient as possible to get this building up and running. And so with that in mind, this is one of the things that we can do really to lean into public safety. And that's our goal. That's where we want to be. And we want to create an environment that we are across the county, equitable. And this is a wonderful opportunity for us.
Thank you for that, Sheriff. And also, I know you're looking at it from a countywide perspective, and there's some other things that you will bring to us at the appropriate time that you have identified that also should be reevaluated or enhanced in some way. I know you're not really prepared to do that today, but
well, we've been a little busy. First of all, thank you with this this previous grand jury selection in preparation for that. That said and done, I do want to take a quick second to give our county manager and Chief Yates a shout out because it was one of the safest events that we've seen in the county or the city as a whole. And certainly our team, the women and men of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, really stepped in. The government center, the justice center as a whole continued to run, including early voting, without a flaw. So everyone deserves a round of applause there. But what Commissioner is talking about, and I've had an opportunity to talk to you, several of you individually. One of the things that we have an opportunity to do because over the past decade, there has been less than transparent information that has flowed through the Sheriff's Office to the board. And so we are building with the county manager and his team, we are building a robust public safety plan that will include the jail, the courts, law enforcement, and everything that we need, right? It's a living strategic plan that you all will be able to have in your hand and do it in phases. I believe this is the first phase, the Alpharetta piece, which will allow us to move into a robust conversation around what public safety looks like, whether it be street racing or whether it be keeping people safely in jail. And so those things, I appreciate you all's continued support, but I do want to make sure that we have time in the months to come, that we can be very thoughtful about that process, and we will engage each of you all's offices as we go through those steps so that everybody is, knows where we are as a sheriff's office.
so this potential agreement includes a daily rate for each city to pay for the detainees?
It does. It does. And an opportunity for each city's legislative bodies to put in public safety fines like they do in many other areas, right? And I use the city of Guyton, Georgia, for instance. They have a $9 fee that goes with every traffic citation, where $3 goes to police, $3 goes to the jail, $3 go to fire rescue as well. So these kinds of opportunities will be afforded as well. But the important thing here is the cities have agreed, in theory, right now, that $50 to $60 a day processing fee will allow us as a county to recoup some of the actual, whether it be staffing or maintenance fees, whatever that looks like. So we'll delve into that deeply as we go through this process.
All right, and then you're prepared to staff it up accordingly?
So we've already started selecting staff. Many of the staff, believe it or not, and we've had some staff turnover, but again, in roll call this week, many of the staff that were there are prepared to go back. And with Mr. Herman's effort and his team leaning in, there are some incentives that we are prepared to, for our workforce to receive for working in Alpharetta.
All right, I'm sure there'll be other questions. I did pass out to everyone a resolution passed by the Johns Creek City Council this week in support of this. I see we've got the police chief of Alpharetta, the city manager, city council member, and a mayor here prepared to also answer any questions, I'm sure. So I ask for your favorable consideration to this item to get that jail back open and help our streets stay a little safer in North Fulton.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. Sheriff, you and I have had conversations and contrary to belief, I think this is a good thing. I know that Vice Chair Hausman has been advocating for this since day one, since you came into office. It makes sense. I do support other commissioners for things in their district, and I will support this because it makes sense as opposed to bringing people all the way downtown. However, having said that, I do want to ask you a question, and I do support you. You know that. Where are we with Union City? Are we still housing the female population out there? Can you just briefly let us know where we are with that? Is it going good? Do we have any challenges? Because like Commissioner Hausman, I want to advocate for my side of town too, and I also want those voices to be heard as well. So if you could just weigh in on it for my constituents, I really would appreciate it.
So first of all, thank you. Thank you for your continued support. And at no point in any of these conversations has one side of the county had a louder voice than the other. And so one of the things about the approach is to make sure the technology matches, because I, like you and the chiefs, and whether it be Union City or the city of South Fulton, don't like driving past the facility to come to 901 Rice Street if they have an opportunity to drop someone off there. So that is also part of the consideration. Now, we did find out through this discovery piece that most of the cities in the South are using East Point. So there's an opportunity there. So I don't want to decrease what East Point may be receiving as a result of that as well.
Okay.
But we are certainly working on that, and that is not a thought process that is lost on anyone. Now, the larger picture is we do have 260 females in the South Annex. We are doing yeoman's work with respect to programs. Don't know if you saw just on one of the TV stations here recently, we had yoga programs. We're getting ready to start a K-9 program, again, at the main facility. So we are doing programmatically the things to help get people, especially in a mental space, right, and when it comes to mental health, even more resources. We're building a cool-down room, something that's never been done in that space. We want to give ladies more opportunities to really recompose, get back on their feet, and we want to help do that. The other piece is ultimately, and I do give a shout out to our chairman with respect to the city. There are some ongoing conversations there. My druthers would be to figure out how to move some of those ladies in town a little closer.
Yeah, I understand
and
that.
be able to receive some additional resources. So there are a couple things that we're very intentional about when it comes to those ladies, and we're not going to have anybody mistreated.
Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morris?
Just a quick question. The question really is maybe to explain to the public why a city ought to be paying any kind of daily rate. I think I know the answer, but I'd love to hear from you and perhaps the mayor or the mayor. I understood that from some earlier discussions that when an Alpharetta police officer arrests someone and has to drive them down to Rice Street, that takes that police officer off the streets of the city for an extended period of time, down and back, and it sure would have been more convenient. But is the city paying for that convenience, or is it that we're housing folks for non-state charges? I think I know the answer, but I think it'd be good for the public to
So it's
hear.
a combination. You just answered it, right? It's a combination. One thing that the research shows that there were thousands of hours in staff power. I won't say manpower. I want to be politically correct. In personnel, that the time it takes to get police officers back on the street is absolutely unacceptable. And so you explained it rather efficiently. But to that extent, we are looking at the daily rate to offset some of the cost holistically, and that'll be, it will bear out or bear fruit, if you will, in a year or two when we see what those numbers look like. But the best part about it is you got a sheriff that's transparent, and we'll continue to have that conversation so that it makes, to steal a phrase from our county manager, it'll make good walking around sense then, and we'll figure out how to move forward from that perspective.
But just to follow that up, if the county jail were up there, they would, you know, they certainly wouldn't pay a rate to put someone in the jail any more than.
Well, the best part about that, and I was not going to disclose this, but I am working on a pre-indictment fee, all right, which anybody arrested and brought to the county will pay a fee. So more to come on that, and that will actually, for lack of better words, be a new revenue stream. So that'll be a larger conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
I'd just like to call a question.
I'll second that.
All right. The motion is properly before us to call the question. Let's vote. Properly moved and seconded.
And the vote is open to call the question. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, on the motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
So more to come on this one, Sheriff. Budget time. Sorry I got cut off, but that's the rules of the rules. Next item.
Next item moved up on today's agenda on page 7, 22-0325, Sheriff. As amended, request approval for funding of an IGA with Cobb County Sheriff's Office for the housing of up to 500 Fulton County inmates at the Cobb County Jail.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. No questions? What's the rate?
$80 a day per person.
And any idea how much longer we will be?
Yeah. Yeah, right now, and let me answer it this way. Right now, we've expended close to $2 million of that $7 million. And it is, with the summer coming, right now, we've already see the arrest trending up. It will remain that way for quite some time, to be honest.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Sheriff, in your professional opinion, the only thing that will alleviate this or make this not be more of a burden, for the lack of a better word, would be a new jail?
The short answer is yes, and I do want to thank the board for approving the jail feasibility study. That is well underway. That is much needed. And let me delve a little deeper, if I may, just take a quick 15 seconds. We are working with other sheriffs around the state to see if we can alleviate the problem. Right now, we still, even with the 200 and 205 in Cobb County detainees, we still have 366 on the floor. And then I mentioned earlier, a larger or more robust plan, it will have to walk in lockstep with building a new facility, because we will have to move and house individuals across the state in order to do that, depending on what the jail feasibility comes back and says in terms of location, amounts, et cetera. So this will be, hopefully this will be a long-lasting marriage, and I will be in lockstep with you all as we go through this process together.
Well, I have advocated from day one for a new jail. I think that we do a disservice to the taxpayer. I know you're doing the best you can with the facility that you were given, and I commend you for that. But I know that there's a need, and I know the only way, to quote one of your phrases, throwing good money after bad, is eventually, hopefully everything will go well, and we'll have that new jail and the new resources that you so desperately need. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, the motion before us is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Next Next item moved up is on page 8, 22-0328. Request approval of a resolution creating and establishing the Fulton County Summer Teen Job Training Program for the purpose of providing Fulton County teens with professional skills and hands-on work experience and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, colleagues. Hope that you will give this favorable consideration. In 2016, when we had slider crimes, we were able to pass and allocate monies for summer jobs for our youth. We did the same thing for the following 2 years. And with the rise in crime that we've seen, I thought that it would be good that we take some action similar to the action that we previously took in previous years and make sure that we are providing job training. It's easy to talk about something, but we need action. And so I'm hoping that you all will consider this favorably. The funding for this would come from American Rescue Plan funds, and it would be for job training. It says and hands-on work experience. I think it should say job training for hands-on work experience. But nonetheless, as our sheriff just stated, crime is on the rise, and if we give our children, our youth, an opportunity for job training, it will put them in a much better position and hopefully help in conjunction with our sheriff and other officers to hopefully reduce crime. So I'm hopeful that you all will pass this. It's something that I believe is sorely needed, and as always, we want this to be done throughout Fulton County, South Fulton and North Fulton. It's amazing to hear people say that North Fulton is getting more. As many times as I've been down here fighting for South Fulton and advocating for not only equality, but actual equity, which sometimes requires going more than making it equal. Hopefully you will look at this resolution favorably and adopt it so that we can get our children to work. School is about to be out for the summer, and I think this is gravely needed. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. As I looked over this, I noticed that it was in the RIP plan. This is something that we've been waiting on. I know my district has been waiting on for quite a while, so I definitely will support it. My question today is, when will it go into effect? Do we have the framework to make sure that, as hopefully my colleagues will pass this today, that it will go into effect quick enough? I think the students don't have that much longer in school, and I'm not sure exactly what we have in place, and I don't know if this is a question for Dr. Rochelle, but I would like some insight as to what we have in place should this pass, and how quick will we be able to get the jobs for these deserving teens.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. The proposed program delivery model will be through partnerships. To your point about expediency, the best path for us will be to release a short form application, and that short form application will be for qualified community-based organizations that already have in place youth job training programs. And so that is the plan. We do already have all of the information that we need based on previous programs that the county has delivered. We'll just simply repackage that into a short form application, have those qualified nonprofit organizations that have proven youth job training programs apply, so that, to your point, we can get these dollars out quickly and support existing programs in the community.
And so don't want to put you on the spot here. Do you think realistically we'll be able to meet that target as the children get out of school?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And also, let me ask you this. Is this replacing, because I think we do have something already, or maybe that's internships. I may be mixing it up. I just want, for the sake of the viewing audience, just if we do have something already that's similar to this, will this replace it, or is this totally different?
Yes, ma'am. This is different. In 2018 and 2019, we had a summer youth internship program. In 2020 and 2021, we did not have an in-person summer youth internship program. So this will replace that program. It, again, will be different because we will partner with existing organizations. The previous programs were run through the Department of Community Development.
Exactly.
And they placed youth not only here in Fulton County departments, but with partners across the county. And so to expedite the implementation, we will move away from implementation at the county level and partner with organizations that have a proven track record for youth job training so that we can get this established quickly.
And so basically what we're doing, we're allowing the nonprofits and organizations, community-based organizations from one end of Fulton County to the other that may want to be part of this and place the youth.
Yes, ma'am. It will be countywide. We will, however, have a focus based on data and analytics for some areas of the county that have higher crime statistics related to youth justice involvement.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Commissioner Arrington for his collaboration and his thought that he put into creating this resolution. It is something that we definitely need. As we saw in the news most recently, the City of Atlanta and our 61st Mayor, Andre Dickens, has launched their 2022 Summer Youth Employment Program because, like Commissioner Arrington said, crime is on the rise. Our youth need our help. And if we're helping those youth who are already doing well, such as in a recent email, and thank you, County Manager Dick Anderson, for sharing this information with us the other day about the Center of Excellence capstone final presentation for spring 2022. This goes to show that we feed into not only the least of these, but we also feed into those that are doing well. The capstone project actually allowed our IT department to employ 15 people and to successfully mentor 264 students. So we need to continue this, and this is another way for us to help our citizens, our youth who are living in these dire strait situations, who need our support and our help. Thank you, Commissioner Arrington.
Mr. Chair, I think he's choked up a little bit. I know he thinks about me and he chokes up, but I'd just also like to add my support for this and thank Commissioner Aaron for bringing this forward and being the leader on this. You know, Commissioner Aaron, as you know, sometimes we don't agree on everything, but we've had some very healthy disagreements over the years, but we agree on this for sure, and I appreciate him being a leader on it. Work matters, you know. And I think we probably all have our own collective experiences about being exposed to work at a young age and what a difference that makes. And if we can have an impact on that, because, right, there's been a lot of idle time that folks have had, and a lot of folks just not being able to be exposed to work and the value of it and what it means and what it brings to them. So I applaud Commissioner Aaron for bringing it forward.
I had a silver spoon. Anyone else? Our motion before us is to approve. Please vote. Just a minute, just a minute. Madam CFO, what's the source of funds for this?
ARPA dollars.
All right, how much is left? Did this come Coming from a specific line item.
Chairman Pitts, our plan is to move some money from our testing and vaccination allocation based on the plan that has been presented by Mr. Kallmeyer and team on our testing and vaccination needs through the end of the year. We have capacity to do that.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Next item that was moved up on today's regular meeting agenda on page 7, 22-0326. Request approval of resolution approving a lease agreement with the City of South Fulton for the use of Wolf Creek Amphitheater, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Very quickly, motion is to approve. I'll second you for. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. I'll second. This is pretty straightforward. Brings us to really very, very close to, at last, finalizing the transfer of Wolf Creek Amphitheater to the City of South Fulton. Our county attorney has been working diligently, I want to say around the clock. It's really not an exaggeration, with the city attorney from the City of South Fulton. And there are only two minor outstanding issues, one dealing with just some language regarding the insurance policy, and the other piece deals with the EPD, right? EPD. And this will allow us some time to resolve that issue. But what this will do will basically transfer this facility to the City of South Fulton so they can begin to own, operate, and plan for its use going forward. So I would ask your favorable vote on this. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Yes, Chairman. I would like to know, do we have a time frame or a tentative time frame? I've got over 100 emails and calls about this once it was put on the agenda, because there is some concern in South Fulton as to what condition South Fulton will receive it. I don't know if that is something that's going to be hammered out later, but it is a concern for those constituents over there, considering it has sat dormant for a while. And so they are concerned as to if there is going to be a walkthrough of it and what condition they're going to receive it and how soon they will receive it.
Madam County Attorney, you want to address it? I was out there for an event, and it was in pretty good shape. So go ahead, Madam County Attorney.
I'll start by saying it's my understanding that the City of South Fulton has already had a couple of recent events at the facility, and we are not aware of any issues. But with that being said, this lease provides for the use of the property as is, with the City of South Fulton responsible for maintenance as it would have been had the property been transferred at this time in total. But it will provide for the City of South Fulton to use the facility for all of the traditional purposes as if it were owned, without having to come back to the county for permission for individual events, as has been done up until this point.
And so, County Attorney, I just want to make sure I understand. City of South Fulton, they will be totally responsible for what happens with it. They'll be totally responsible for any acts or anything. The only thing that this lease tentatively does is give them the use of the property, but they will be responsible for everything else?
That is correct, which
Okay.
would have been the condition if it had been transferred and deeded over to the city.
Okay, and do we know how long tentatively the lease is expected to be?
The lease term is until the end of 2022, and it's renewable for 1 year through the end of 2023 if the EPD issues have not been resolved. So this lease provides use of the property with, to provide us enough time to resolve that issue in light of the fact that the EPD is not beholden to us to stick to a particular schedule. So since we cannot predict that, the lease allows time for us to take care of the legal impediments and at the same time for the citizens of South Fulton to have use of the property.
So would it be, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, okay? But I want to make sure, because based on the questions I've received, would it be a normal assumption that once those items that you have just mentioned are taken care of, that there would be an opportunity for them to have ownership of the property?
That is what's contemplated. This is kind of a bridge to the transfer, if you will. We would do so at this time, but for the legal impediments. So this lease provides us a bridge until the time when we can transfer. So if your question is, as soon as the legal impediments are resolved, would we then move to transfer? The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's vote, please. I'm sorry, Commissioner Arrington.
I just want us to be real clear that there was a February 20th, 2020 IGA entered into and signed by both the county and the city for the transfer of the amphitheater from the county to the city, correct?
That is correct, and that's the agreement pursuant to which we would transfer when we are in a position to do so.
Okay, and then in March of 2020, that's when COVID hit, right?
Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, Commissioner Arrington, our agreement pursuant to which we intend to transfer the property immediately preceded the COVID shutdowns, and that has directly impacted the timeline for the transfer.
Okay, thank you. And the city, you said the city has hosted events there, correct?
It's my understanding that at least 2, if not 3, based on recollection, events have been hosted at Wolf Creek Amphitheater over the past couple of months.
Has the county done anything to stop or prevent the city from hosting any events at the amphitheater?
No, Commissioner. In fact, a use permit, a right of access license agreement was issued so that free use could occur.
Thank you.
Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, back on page 5, starting with action items. Bottom under open and responsible government, 22-0316. Purchasing and contract compliance, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0317, finance, presentation, review, and approval of the May 4th, 2022 budget soundings.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0318, registration and elections, request approval of a statewide contract to provide poll pad technicians for the May 2022 general primary and June 2022 runoff elections.
All right, there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? All right, I'll second. For discussion, Commissioner Houseman, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yes,
Vice
is there,
Chair Hall.
is there anyone here from elections?
No, do you have questions for, could you answer, Mr. Manager?
I can take a shot.
All right, well, let's see. You know, again, it seems like every agenda we have an election item. Is this the final item to have us in preparation for this cycle? This one seems a little late to me. Poll pad technicians, so.
I think there might be one more agenda item for Dominion. I'm not quite sure. I'll have to check back with them to see.
Well, again, let's try to have a goal in the future of having these packaged together.
Yes, yes.
And then I've been getting a lot of questions about staffing during early voting, and I just was hoping that there would be someone here that could answer the questions. You know, we engaged our mayors to help us find people, and we haven't seen any report or anything on how successful that was, if they were able to utilize community members, if they're still relying totally on temporary workers and those things. So Is there someone that could answer those questions?
Looks like she's coming down the stairs now.
Oh, there's
Ms.
Nadine.
Williams is on her way down.
Yay.
Good morning. I do apologize.
Did you hear my question?
No, I did not.
Okay, basically, it's, I know this is early voting has started, and I know that we had been working with our cities to help find workers for the elections, and just curious, I've been getting questions from some of the cities, if in fact their efforts were beneficial, helpful, how we are with staffing, if y'all got enough people that they referred or from our fairs, or if we're still utilizing a lot of temporary workers. If you could just give us an update on how that went and where we are.
Yeah, the recruitment is going very well. I think your staff emailed me the question in regards to how many people were recruited from the fair. I want to say all of them, but I'm going to give you the exact count, and we'll have that number to you by the end of business today. But anybody who showed up to the fair was definitely contacted. Anybody who responded to the Fulton County workers was contacted. Anybody who responded from the actual polling site was contacted. So recruitment is going very well.
All right, well, I just think that since we actively engaged our cities to assist us, it would be great if we could communicate to them if it was effective, or if we still have needs, and those kind of questions that they're asking.
Okay, we will send out a communication on municipalities today.
All right, thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one question. I couldn't find how many technicians will this cover?
This actually would only cover one technician. This is a not to exceed amount. It actually is the only vendor that we're permitted to utilize. They're the vendor that controls the SOS pole pads that we have to utilize, and their rate is roughly, I think, $2,000 to $3,000 per hour. So that's why that amount is what you see listed.
Wow.
It's per day,
I'm sorry, per day. But yes, so that's what that amount is. We're not saying that we're going to use them every day. We're just saying just in case, if we do need them, that's what it will cost if we need them every day.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rockland.
I'm just curious, is this as a result of SB 202, or is this something that internally Fulton County Elections has decided to do?
No, this is a result of when a new voting equipment was established. The poll pads were also new at that time. So it is a statewide voting equipment. It's not something that Fulton County has selected. This is statewide. All counties are required to use like this equipment.
And I guess what I would like to know for the viewing public is, do you have a choice of using anyone else other than this vendor?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Good morning. On Monday, I went to vote for myself. And my race was not on my ballot. Please tell me how that happened. Please tell me that we have a number and that we know how many people. There were 100 people that voted before me when I went to vote. These are new districts. These people don't know whether they can vote for me or not. They don't know if I'm supposed to be on their ballot or not. So how do I know that those 100 people that went before me were not also deprived of the opportunity to vote for my race? And how do I know that that didn't happen at all early voting locations?
Okay, so what happened is that our ballot system is dependent upon, well, the poll pads where the voting clerks pull the information is dependent on eNet. That system is on SOS's site. It's dependent on eNet. Somehow the information.
Okay, wait. Please slow down. You're using a lot of terms that nobody knows but you. Please slow down and start over.
Okay, so we did do a research of the voters on May 2nd that were impacted by that problem. Approximately 29 would have been impacted on May 2nd. And I have that report, and I will be forwarding that over in a few minutes, honestly. Nevertheless, that problem happened because the poll pad information that keeps the voter records comes from eNet. That information is inaccurate. We have now realized that it's inaccurate. We have contacted SOS in regards to that. Fortunately, we did not build our ballot project off of that. So what we did, once we were notified, we had a meeting with our advanced voting managers that evening via Zoom. They were communicated with during the day, but we wanted to make sure they had the information that evening. We met with all 30 of them, informed them there's an issue that do not use. You have to do a check and balances because the information on that particular system is inaccurate. Therefore, they have a spreadsheet in front of them that says to check that information. We have deployed registration staff that is currently on site to ensure that everybody's following that procedure. We have done research to see exactly how many people were impacted on Monday. We have contacted SOS and had Zooms with them in regards to information as well. And they're trying to resolve that. But in the meantime, we're being proactive to ensure it doesn't happen again. But I have a full report that I will send it to you today.
What or who is eNet?
eNet is a system that keeps the voter records. That is where it keeps all the voter information. So if anything that happened with redistricting, if it changed your district lines, if it changed your commissioner district, that's where all that information is kept. So somehow that communication is not up to date. We do not know why. It's not currently populating whatever changes we made with redistricting. We have already communicated with SOS in regards to that, but that's what that system is.
Who owns or operates eNet?
The Secretary of State.
Okay. Now, you said there were 29 people out of the 100 that voted for me, or out of the 100 that voted prior to me voting that were impacted by that?
No, there were 29. We pulled a report from all 30 sites to see what would have impacted District 5. If the ballot, because you could have got, let's say somebody got an incorrect ballot, but it could have been, well, let me say, it could have still had District 5 on it. But the people that would have not had your name at all, that was a total of 29.
And that was for the whole day, or out of the 100
The
that
whole,
preceded
no, the
me?
whole day from all 30 sites.
Okay, so now you say you're trying to resolve that. How do you resolve that? Do they get to vote again?
No, they do not, unfortunately.
Okay, so how do you resolve it?
I'm resolving it for not letting anybody else get the incorrect ballot. But the 29 people, unfortunately, when you go to vote, and that's for any district, anything that you're voting for, if you believe you have the incorrect ballot, if you believe that or if you believe that your vote was not recorded correctly, once you place your ballot in the scanner, it is scanned, it cannot be cured. We were proactive in regards to that. Because of redistricting, we figured people may not review their ballot. They might not know where they're voting. There are signs inside of each unit that tell the person this. We enlarge the signs, place them all over the precinct. But unfortunately, if the voter did not pay attention and casted that ballot, there's nothing we can do about that at this time.
There are signs where?
In the precinct, inside of each voting unit. When you stand in the unit, if you look at the signs that are next to you, it literally says that. Those signs are actually required.
How would someone that was previously in another district that voted a year ago for someone know that they're in a new district today?
They would have to research their redistricting lines. I cannot control a voter having to do research. If the voter
They would have to research.
If you want to know who you're voting for with redistricting.
Wait a minute. Mr. Manager, I thought we said we were sending out information to all the voters, letting them know that they were in new districts.
Let me ask Jessica Jessica, has that been done?
Good afternoon. We have completed a mailing that went to every household that reminds them that they may have been affected by redistricting, provides them a link to check their district information. One piece of communication that is still pending is from the Secretary of State's office, a mailing of redistricting cards that clarify each person's district information. Unfortunately, those cards, to my knowledge, and I'll ask Ms. Williams to correct me if I'm wrong, have not been delivered to Fulton County. So that is, again, a piece of information from the Secretary of State's office, Commissioner Arrington. We have completed from the county a mailing to each household that lets voters know where early voting is taking place, information about absentee ballots, and also lets them know that they may have been affected by redistricting and provides information where they can check that information, their current district information. And Commissioner Arrington, if I could just add to that, certainly what Ms. Williams has described is unfortunate. We want to be very clear that the Secretary of State's office creates the election net system. They create the mailers that go to every voter that tell them where their district information is. And by not ensuring that the eNet or elections net system is accessible by the poll worker in the polling place, that is creating an opportunity for human error. So I understand that we're responsible for this. I already can feel the headlines being written, and I want to make sure that I'm very clear that the Secretary of State has a lot of responsibility in this issue.
So you said the information in eNet is incorrect.
Yes, sir. Not all of it, but a lot of it is incorrect.
How do you know that?
We-
How did you learn that?
We pulled a report when we got the information, and we are seeing discrepancies. We have sent that information to the SOS. Honestly, we've been in communication with the SOS, attempting to correct a lot of errors that we have seen. But we don't know if there's a glitch in the system. Like I said, we don't control it, so we don't have a clear answer as to what the problem is with the system.
So I am more than extremely frustrated by this. I'm gonna reserve my comments for now. Certainly, I'm not mad at either one of you ladies, but this is unacceptable. It is absolutely unacceptable, and the answer that the information in the system is wrong makes it worse. So, I mean, human error, I could almost accept. But the information is wrong, the data is wrong?
We agree. And honestly, we did not build our machines, our voting machines, on the eNet system. If we would have done that, it would have been a bigger problem. So when they built our database, that information with the combos and district lines is correct, but the voter record information we have no control over that, and that's incorrect from
So the
eNet.
Secretary of State is compromising the integrity of this election.
I can't clearly say exactly what's happening, but like I said, it's a problem, and we're trying to have them help us, to advise us of what the problem is.
Madam County Attorney, what options are available to the county since the Secretary of State is interfering with the integrity of this election by providing information or maintaining a database with wrong information?
Commissioner Arrington, I don't believe we have enough information today to provide an answer to that. We'd like an opportunity to research what exactly happened and to research the legal requirements and options surrounding that.
Excuse me, may I make a suggestion? We talk about that in executive session.
Thank you.
Commissioner Houseman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to suggest that this is not maybe the appropriate forum to be discussing this. Obviously, it's serious. I got a few candidates that reached out also. So you may have checked District 5, but I can tell you it's happening in District 1. I can tell you it's happening in House districts in North Fulton. You know, I think it's a pretty serious allegation that you just made.
Well, any of the districts that we were aware of is on the report that I'm forwarding to you all today.
Included in that number 29 situations?
Yes, it's on there as well.
Are these primarily split precinct issues?
Yes.
Well, you know, we've been talking a lot about split precincts before today. So, you know, I don't know where the problem is. I hope you're really working to get to the bottom of it. And here we are in day 3 of early voting. I can't even remember what today is, but it is today 3 of early voting. How many people have voted in Fulton County so far?
I would have to check the number. I know the first day was over 3,400 for the first day.
Are you aware that this is happening in other counties?
I have been informed that some other counties are also having a problem with the eNet system, yes.
All right. Obviously, there's a lot of people watching this, and it's very important, very important. So please keep us posted. But I do caution us for saying anything in public if we're not 100% sure.
Let's be careful what we say. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. We don't have an election supervisor. And so I want to be crystal clear in my support of you, Nadine, because I got the calls very early yesterday morning from several, and I reached out to you all. I went to 3 different polling sites, and I heard your people say, if your ballot does not look correct, or if you have issues with your ballot, please do not cast a vote. Now, here again, I'm going to take the advice of my colleagues and not go too far, but what I don't want to do is to cast aspersions on you all that you all didn't do what you needed to do when it was caught, because it was caught very early because my phone started ringing off the hook at 8 a.m. And so the actual ones that I went to, I heard the announcement being made. Now, I do know that you all sent out some correspondence regarding this. Is that not correct?
Correspondence to whom? To
the voters. Or did that correspondence come from the Secretary of State? I think that's where it's a little fuzzy on.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Fulton County sent out a mailer that includes early voting information, absentee ballot instructions, and reminds voters that they may have been affected
Exactly.
by redistricting. What we did not send, because we have not received from the Secretary of State's office, are cards notifying voters of their updated district information. Because Fulton County has such a large state House and Senate delegation, we have very significant impacts in those district line changes, as well as those for county commission and Congress. So we do have significant impacts, but as of today, we have not received the redistricting cards from the state, which we are then responsible for mailing.
Okay, and what you all did mail out, when was that mailed out?
They've been mailed out over last week. Everything went. I know the county manager let me know he had received his, and many other voters have received theirs.
Okay. What I would want to say openly in this open forum for those that are listening, if there is an issue with your ballot or you suspect there is an issue, please do not cast that vote, because once the public casts that vote, it is absolutely nothing that can be done. Ms. Nadine, Ms. Wisdom, is that correct? I just want to reiterate that.
That's 100% correct.
And so you all are working very hard to try to catch those, and you all are trying to wait on the information, or you're trying to work with the Secretary of State's office to get it resolved.
Yes, ma'am. We're informing voters at the poll. We've enlarged the signs to let them know to please review and do not cast your ballot.
Yeah, I went to 3 different early polling sites, and I commend your staff, because I actually heard people saying it over and over and over again. And so I'm going to reserve any other comments that I may have about this to a later date, considering we don't have an elections director, considering that you all are still waiting on some information. But thank you for the work that you all have done so far.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, first I want to ask about a process that used to take place as it related to elections. We used to receive a report updating us as a Board of Commissioners on what was happening at the polls, any issues or anything like that, and I have not seen an email at all as it relates to updates on what's going on. So that is number one. What has happened to that process?
I am not aware of a memo that you received, but I will look into that and we'll start forwarding that to you. I know that all of the numbers that counts of daily votes are posted on the website as required by 10 a.m. So all of the counts from everyday advanced voting is on the website before 10. But any other memos that you need, we'll make sure we send that to you.
Okay, I guess maybe the previous department head at registrations and elections was just going above and beyond, because we used to know if there were issues that were happening at the polling places before, especially before getting to a televised Board of Commissioners meeting and the questions arising about this. This is not something that we should be just hearing right now for the first time, that the poll pads were incorrect and an entire race is not even on the poll pads for people to vote on, and especially during a time when there's enough questions and enough negative communications where our residents are confused about where they're supposed to vote and who they're supposed to vote for because of redistricting. So I'm hoping that moving forward, we will get this information beforehand, before we get to a meeting like this and have to discuss it. And then I'm a little confused because I heard it said that people were calling at 8 a.m., but what time do the polls actually open? I thought it was 9.
The polls open at 9.
So how could people know that something was wrong before the polls even open?
I don't know who called at 8 a.m., so I didn't make that.
It could have been 9 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Tomatoes, tomatoes, 6 and a dozen.
Just a minute. Commissioner, you have the floor.
Decorum, please. Decorum. So anyway, so the polls open at 9. That's correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And the information in eNet, you found out that that was incorrect when?
We found out that the information was incorrect. It's having problems. We did an update. We were waiting for the ESRI update since the weekend before advanced voting began. We are still waiting we still have not received that update to this date from the SOS. So we were hoping that those things were reflected in eNet, but we did not know until the morning of advanced voting that none of it was captured. We were hoping that there was no way they would capture it by the first day of voting, but unfortunately that's not the case.
All right. That's my questions. Thank you, and keep up the good work. And you too, Jessica.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. I want to mention one thing, that any voter who has a question about redistricting can go to fultoncountyga.gov/redistricting. We have an online finder tool. There's information about the redistricting process and a handout, so we would encourage voters to go to that page.
Thank you for that information, because I have not received any information on redistricting myself, and I asked my team member who also lives in the city if she received anything, and she has not either. So I don't know what this mailer looks like or how it could miss 2 voters that sit right here. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
I want to talk about this. Let someone know if your ballot is missing. If you are a voter and you just voted for a commissioner a year ago, you don't know that the race is missing from your ballot. So you can't object or tell anyone, especially if you haven't received a postcard from the Secretary of State to let you know that you're in a new district. There's no way for you to know. There's no way for you to say, hey, this race is missing from my ballot, because you don't know it's missing. So this is a huge problem. And telling someone to look and review their ballot, I looked and reviewed my ballot. I knew it was missing my race. Those 29 people might not have known that the race was missing. They just voted on a commissioner last year. How would they know? How would they know that a whole race was missing from their ballot?
May I comment?
Please.
Okay.
Answer the question and then comment.
They would only know if they did redistricting research before they went out to vote. I believe that the mailer that's sent out and our website encourages people that it is a redistricting year, to please do research to see how it has affected you. So we're hoping that people go out. There's an interactive map to let you look up your redistricting. And if a voter does do that, they will see exactly what races they have to vote for. They would also visit the MVP page to see.
Have you done redistricting research?
Yes, I have.
On your
Yes, I have.
commission district?
Yes.
On your congressional district?
Yes.
On your state house and state senate districts?
Yes, sir. You used to be my commissioner. Now I have a different commissioner. Yes, sir.
Well, you're an elections professional. The average voter is not an elections professional.
I agree, but
And they probably don't know where to go do redistricting research.
well, like I said, we put it we tried to make it as simple as possible and put it on the Fulton County website that gives you a link to the interactive map. We know it's difficult, but there is a complete landing page that gives people that information.
But you said the data's wrong.
Not on that portion. Redistricting from our map was made by Fulton County GIS, so that information is accurate.
So why would we use why would we use wrong information if we have accurate information?
Because we do not control what is on eNet. We have no control over eNet. That is not our platform. That is the Secretary of State's platform.
Are we required to use eNet?
Yes, we are.
Okay, Madam Attorney, I need to know what's going on because this is
We'll
crazy.
discuss that, Commissioner. We'll discuss that.
Absolute craziness.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yeah, for the listening public, I received the calls. I just went in my phone. I started receiving the calls and texts at 9:15 instead of 8:15 a.m. So for those that are worried about it, it didn't come in until 9:15. However, I did receive several calls. I reached out to your office. I was told what happened, and I went to several precincts. Once again, I will ask you this. Nadine, Ms. Williams, do you have control over what happened yesterday?
No, we do not have control over what is in the platform on the eNet platform. We do not have control over that.
So the protocol, and I don't want to go into it too far, but the protocol is, I'm assuming, to reach out to the Secretary of State's office because you do not have anything where you can go in or the Registration and Elections Department can go in and fix that.
That's correct. And we have been corresponding with the SOS in regards to that. And since we have no control over that platform, we try to be as proactive as possible now. We are telling voters to please check their ballots. We're telling our staff to go off of a spreadsheet that gives correct combo information to make sure they're giving that person the correct ballot is what we are doing at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Do we have sample ballots hanging in the precinct locations?
We do. We have a composite ballot that Communications was able to assist us with. We also have books because there are so many sample ballots and because the ballots are so long, we had to put them in 3-ring binders. So there are sample ballots in there. It is just to be clear, it is a card style. When you go into the binder, it's actually the card style for each precinct. There's over 337 card styles. There's a manifest, that helps people understand exactly which card style pertains to their precinct.
Is there a master one, though, that could hang on the wall that would indicate all the available races? So that
Yes.
people would know, for example, that there's a commission district race that should be on their ballot?
Yes, there is a composite ballot that's posted on the wall at every site. There's 2
All right.
copies.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Just real brief. So Director Williams, I appreciate all the background. I've been listening real closely to this, and I got some other comments I reserve for later. But I did hear you say you are going, you've asked the staff and all the workers to go beyond just telling the prospective voter to look at things, but they're looking at detail too to try to ensure that whatever they can do, that the ballot they're handling is the correct ballot.
Yes, and what we also did, which I forgot to mention, is because we do understand that people are not familiar with redistricting.
Right.
What we did do was make a poster that has a QR code that you can scan with your phone and look up your redistricting map. For persons that do not have a phone, there is a laptop there that they can sit down and research their redistricting map as well to see exactly what's supposed to be on the ballot with their address. So all those things are available to voters if they wanted to review and make sure they know who they're supposed to be voting for.
Okay, but in addition to that, I mean, they're sitting there when that voter walks up and they're given their address, they're looking at it and saying, okay, this doesn't necessarily look right. And so we're capturing some of those things.
Yes.
So if that happens at that point in time, and they capture it and identify it, hey, this isn't the right ballot, what's sort of the step? They're there at the polls, so what's the step from there?
All they have to do is inform the poll manager or inform one of the clerks. The poll manager would call downtown, do the research, have them see exactly where that person resides, where that person, that would determine the combo, which would determine what ballot they receive. So it would be a simple process for them to look it up to ensure that they get the correct ballot. And again, we have those things in place if the person wants to look at the map as well at the site.
Okay, and does this issue all seem to revolve around split precincts or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. It's not a completely with the split precincts, but it is a lot of the police.
But we put this APB out to everybody working early voting that they were coming in and checking, and that they've kind of changed their procedure real time until, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that. This is, well, I'll reserve comment.
Okay, excuse me, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 6, 22-0319, registration and elections, request approval of an IGA to conduct special elections for the cities of Atlanta, East Point, College Park, and Hapeville on May 24th, 2022.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0320, finance. Request approval of a recommended proposal to provide life and disability broker services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0321, real estate and asset management, request approval to amend the existing contract to provide project management services during the design and construction phases of the new animal service facility.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0322, Senior Services, request approval of an amendment to a MOU to support senior services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-06 with Commissioner Arrington. 22-0323, Behavioral Health and Development Disabilities, request approval of a memorandum of understanding to resume financial support for delivery of pre-arrest diversion services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. No questions, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0324, Public Works, request approval of a contract item agreement with Georgia Department of Transportation for the widening, milling, and resurfacing project on Birmingham Highway.
All right, motion is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just had a couple of questions for this. I believe one second. I'm sorry, I got that question answered. I withdraw the request.
All right, motion is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 abstention. And the next item will be the add-on item, 22-0336. Request approval of resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Next items will be on the consent agenda. Going back to page 3.
I'm impressed.
Under open and responsible government, 22-0305. Real estate and asset management, request approval of a water vault easement dedication for the purpose of constructing the Northwind Summit project.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. It's on page 3 at the top, 0305 on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Chairman. Give me 1 second. I did have a question about this. I'm going to look at my notes. What I wanted to know, what was the total value of this project in terms of dollars? Who would be able to answer that?
Mr. Clark.
Thank you. David Clark, Public Works Director for Fulton County. This is not a public works project. It is a private development. What happens is typically the infrastructure that a private development is constructing is normally installed within the right-of-way, and so therefore we don't need a special dedicated easement. This case, this water vault is left outside of the public right-of-way, and it's on the property of the Northwind's developments. So the developer has already constructed this water valve and vault. The valve is inside the vault, and therefore is dedicating that over to Fulton County. There's no direct cost to Fulton County Public Works.
Okay, so based on that, what is our role as a county pertaining to this request?
We have to maintain the valve that's inside the water vault.
Okay. And the water for this particular area will serve the residences that serve this area will come from the Fulton County Water Department?
That is correct.
Okay. And I would assume, but for the sake of conversation, this action will improve the quality of life of those individuals in the Alpharetta area?
I would not say that. It's basically just serving the new development's water needs.
Okay. So this is something that's needed?
Yes.
Okay. And if you didn't have it, it would cause a problem, correct? If it wasn't done?
The development would not have water, correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, motion is to approve. Let's vote.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 abstention. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0306, Department for HIV Elimination. Request approval of the Ryan White HIV/AIDS Program HIV Emergency Relief Project grants.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Glad to see you today. Just had some questions for just the education of our audience. I see that we have $23 million this year in Part A funds and $2.6 million in Minority AIDS Initiative, the MAI funds. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Just for the viewing audience, could you just kind of give a layman's term of what the Part A funds are and what the MAI funds are exactly?
Sure. My name is Jeff Cheek, and I'm the director of the Department for HIV Elimination. One of the programs that we operate is the Ryan White program. And it's a federally funded program that provides money for Fulton County to serve a 20-county area to provide services to people who otherwise could not afford care. And so we receive a certain amount of money that is based on a formula that's set up by the federal government, in part based on a competitive application that we do. So then we get Part A dollars. Then there's also something called Minority AIDS Initiative dollars. Those funds are to target health improvements for people of color, that they realize that the disparity is so great between minority populations and non-minority populations with HIV that we need to do targeted services to make sure that we were addressing those specific issues.
Thank you. Could you also speak to the current status of HIV patient count in Fulton County approximately? And also, Mr. Cheek, if you don't mind, I also would like that minority figure, the black and brown patients as well, that count as well in Fulton County. So if you can give me the whole tentatively, approximately, and then what portion of that would figure in the black and brown patients in Fulton County.
So the majority of the cases that we serve in the entire 20-county area are minority, meaning that they are African American or they are Latino or Latinx. Fulton County has the highest number of cases, and so that would stand true for Fulton County as well. The exact number I can get to you. I thought I had it with me, but I do not.
That's okay. I know we've met before. Also, I see that there is a possibility that we may have more funding coming in 23 and 24, similar amounts. What I would like to know, is this considered a large grant for fighting HIV and AIDS? Is it an average size for our county? Is it enough? Is it not enough? Could you just quickly speak to that?
Sure. I mean, clearly I'm going to say it's not enough.
Okay.
But we received the 5th highest award in the nation, behind New York, Los Angeles, Houston. So it is in line with the burden of the HIV epidemic in Metro Atlanta. $28 million is what we received this year, well, in 2021. We've not gotten our full award for 2022 yet. So we are awarding the funds based on flat funding. In the event that we get additional money this year, we would then have the great experience of being able to provide additional funding to agencies. So we also, our grant for the first time is going to be a 3-year grant from the federal government. And so we were also able to award funds for 2023 and 2024, which give agencies the opportunity to plan and to make sure that they have services in place for a period of time. So we also anticipated an increase in funding for those areas, so that, for those years, so that if we do get an additional increase in our grant, we would be prepared to move forward with the contracts.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, as far as trends, are we seeing an improvement in the trends, or are people still contracting AIDS and HIV more than ever before?
Right. So as a country, the number of new cases of HIV are going down for the country as a whole. That is not true for African Americans, where the number of new cases continues to increase. Metropolitan Atlanta is number one for new cases among African American men in the United States. We are number one for African American women in the United States. So our epidemic is not trending down among those populations.
Sounds as though that we're trending up.
That is correct.
Especially among women and men of color. I don't know, because I know we had this conversation before, but if you can remember, as far as a district-wise, in my district, are you seeing those numbers explode? Are you see them in other districts going higher? Can you remember and speak to that?
Sure. So in metropolitan Atlanta, Fulton County has the highest number of cases. Our cases are continuing to go up. They are concentrated in the central core, or the central part of Fulton County, that includes downtown and sort of skews a little closer outside the city of Atlanta, a little bit north, and then going towards the city of South Fulton. Below is where we have the majority of cases. Did also want to mention, when we were talking about the overwhelming burden among African American men, in Georgia, the average person has a 1 in 51 chance of acquiring HIV in their lifetime. For an African American man who has sex with men in metropolitan Atlanta, it is 6 out of 10, or a 60% chance of acquiring HIV during their lifetime.
Wow, that's devastating numbers. This is a very serious issue, so I hope you don't mind me asking these questions, because I'm trying to educate the audience as well as those that may not understand that this is at what I consider to be epidemic numbers. I see another 60 million or so for the next 2 years in similar funding. Is this money that is guaranteed for the county to use, and do we match any of these funds?
So there is not a required match. It is guaranteed only insofar as the federal government does not say we are going to discontinue the program. It's been in existence since 1990. I don't anticipate that they're going to eliminate the program anytime soon. One of the other programs that we administer is the Ending the HIV Epidemic Grant, which gives us a little bit more ability to be creative in what we're doing to respond to the epidemic. And so instead of focusing just on medical care, we're focusing on some new initiatives to try to get people into care and keep them in care. So that's an additional about $3.5 million, and we anticipate that number going up when we get our full award this year. So that would be in addition to the Ryan White Part A dollars.
Well, I know in our meeting, we want to try to do some collaborative stuff, especially since we do know that people of color in the metropolitan and moving south, the numbers are increasing. What any suggestions you have? What more can we as a board do to help this fight, if anything?
Sure. I think the board can continue to be supportive of the issue. One of the strategic areas that the Board of Commissioners set was to be a regional leader in HIV and to make sure that we are on the forefront of planning for and taking care of the HIV issue in Metro Atlanta. I think that there are also things that we could do with our other departments to do better. For example, we know housing is one of the greatest unmet needs among people living with HIV disease. I think we in our department could do a better job partnering with community development to make sure we get the word out to people living with HIV that they're eligible for these programs, that they're not reliant just on the HIV program supported by the city of Atlanta. And so, we could also work with senior services because we are seeing an aging population. I'm sorry, aging, not Asian, aging population. So that there are also things that could be done on educating it within our senior centers to make sure that people are aware.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't have any more questions.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 22-0307, Real Estate and Asset Management, requests approval of an indemnification, maintenance, and land use agreement for the purpose of granting conditional approval to allow storm drainage.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just had, I guess Dream can answer this, for our listening audience. What is the land use agreement and what does it do?
Good morning, Commissioner. I'll yield to David Clark, Director of Public Works.
Again, David Clark, Director of Public Works. The agreement allows the stormwater pipe that the developer has put in to serve his development to be inside the easement of the water vault.
And also, is this county land we are allowing the developer to use?
Well, it's a county easement that is on private property.
Okay. Do you know if there's any value on the land that is under this agreement? And if you do you know the value of that land?
I don't know what the value would be. It would be whatever the fair market value of the private development.
Okay, thank you. Is there not enough storm drainage within the county's existing water vault at this site?
No, the stormwater line is owned and maintained by the developer. He's just placing it inside the easement of where we have the water vaults. Instead of having it completely outside of the easement on his own property, we're allowing him to have it inside the easement for the water vault.
And so the easements we own, the county own, is that, or
The easement-
we're responsible for?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
but we don't maintain the stormwater line. The developer still maintains the stormwater line. We're just letting the line that he will maintain to be within our easement.
Thank you. You answered the,
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Ellis. It was seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0308, Real Estate and Asset Management, requests approval of a water vault easement for the purpose of constructing the Ivy Kids Early Learning Center.
All right, here a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
yes, Chairman. Just have a quick couple of questions. Do you know what is the value of the project Ivy Kids Learning Center in terms of dollars?
Nope, ma'am, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay, that's fine. And on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, do you know what grade of improvement in quality of life will bring, in the quality of life will this project bring to the area?
No, I do not know.
Okay, thank you.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7,
All right, let's do this. It's right at 1, so I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch, executive session, items of real estate, litigation, and personnel. All right, let's vote, please.
vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, and Commissioner Houseman has asked to be excused for the remainder of the day. We did. Huh? Oh.
Recording stopped.
I think perhaps when I went to the ladies' room last meeting, I might have missed something significant because this whole thing about an investigation that was just said, I'm not sure about what's going on.
May I address that?
Yes, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, excuse me.
Commissioner Ellis had a concern about Joanna Potts, and in his concern of Joanna Potts, he tied that concern to Rodney Littles as well. There was an ethics investigation separate from what the attorney who I just referenced, that Dominique Huff and the other lady, I can't think of her name right now, they pulled, when it was the day for them to go before the ethics board, they pulled that ethics complaint back. However, that had no bearing on the investigation by the Fulton Development Authority. They hired, they hired Anderson, Tate, and Carr to do an independent investigation on behalf of the Development Authority. And in their investigation, they interviewed several people. They interviewed quite a few people, but I won't get into who they interviewed because I don't want to cast any aspersions on anybody, but they interviewed quite a few people. But one of the people that they interviewed was Rodney J. Littles, and they have issued to me what he was interviewed for. Was he a target? Was he a person of interest? Or if the information which the interview took all based on what Attorney Henry Washington of Anderson, Tate, and Carr stated to me, he stated that he did not have any information that was of any help to the investigation. And so since that was a concern that was stated by Commissioner Ellis, I needed to bring it to the attention of this board that the actual investigation, because the ethics complaint is closed, because the two individuals that brought the ethics complaint forward pulled it back. That had no bearing on the actual legal firm of Anderson, Tate, and Carr, who did a separate investigation on behalf of the Fulton Development Authority.
All right, Commissioner Hall, you still have the floor.
Yes, so is there or is there not currently an investigation?
There is not an investigation.
Madam County Attorney, can you answer that, please?
I'm not familiar with the status of that investigation.
And since
conducted by
I'm
our
not
office.
sure who Anderson, Tate, and Carr are, I don't know who that is, have not spoken to them ever, how do we find, I'm looking at my phone and I don't have anything from them. How do we get an update on this? Because I don't have any of this information.
Our office was not involved in that investigation. It appears that Commissioner Abdul-Rahman obtained that information from the attorney's office, I believe, that conducted the investigation.
Okay, well, I'd like all of that information shared with at least me. If I'm asking to vote on something and there's an investigation, I don't have any of that information. Was it ever sent to the board?
I don't think so.
No.
Are you asking me the question or are you asking her? I don't know.
I'm not aware
You
of
don't
whether,
know it.
whether it was disseminated.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rockland?
Okay, County Attorney, to your knowledge, you have no knowledge of an open investigation concerning Rodney Littles?
I'm not familiar with whether there is an open investigation.
Okay.
That would not have been conducted by our office.
Yeah, it was not, because it was, a ethics complaint was filed. This was well documented in news reports. So an ethics complaint was filed. That ethics complaint was pulled back by the two parties that filed it. There is no ongoing ethics complaint. When this person was submitted, the information was put out there that there was an ongoing ethics complaint. There is no ongoing ethics complaint with the Fulton County Ethics Board. Outside of that, the Fulton County Development Authority had its separate ethics investigation handled by Anderson, Tate, and Carr. They were the hired attorneys by the Fulton County Development Authority. Nobody has access to that report except for the commissioners. They did release a report that made its way into the news. How it made its way into the news, I don't know, but it did not name Rodney J. Littles as being a target, a person of interest, or information that he had to be any help to the investigation. And so I took it upon myself to bring that information today. But every one of these commissioners, if you would like, I will send you the name and the phone number of Anderson, Tate, and Carr, Attorney Henry Washington, who supplied me with this information if it's of a concern for you as to why he should not be appointed as my District 6 representation. The information was put out there that it was a concern because he was connected supposedly with Joanna Potts. That is not true. There's not an ethics complaint, open ethics investigation going on. That is not true. And the investigation that did take place on behalf of the Fulton Development Authority, he had no information as being the target, a person of interest, or any information that he spent in a 4-minute conversation with Attorney Anderson, Tate, and Carr. It did not help the investigation at all. I think this is very important information that is put out there. You have an upstanding citizen who has been made out to, whether a person intentionally did it or not, to not be of reputable character. And I think it's very important that I put the information out there when we have a citizen who is an actual resident of my district, a resident of the city of South Fulton, a upstanding person, and I want to clear his name. Whether you want to support my appointee to my district is totally not the issue. The issue is I want Rodney Little's name cleared. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I said my piece in this last meeting, so I'm not going to belabor it. I don't know specifically what all the facts are, and he indeed may have no engagement with it, but I do want to correct one thing on the record. There is, and I confirm this with the Ethics Board, there were ethics charges and complaints which were refiled in March. So those are outstanding. So I just wanted to confirm that for the record.
Thank you. Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call the question.
All right, is there a second? Let's vote. I'm calling the question.
And the vote is open on call the question. The motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, motion is to approve. The main motion is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Rob Pitts. All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open.
Madam Clerk?
And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstention.
Next item.
Bottom of page 7, 22-0327, request approval of an ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code of Ordinances relating to budgetary controls of members of the Board of Commissioners.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I'll just be brief on this. This is a fairly straightforward ordinance amendment to the ordinance which sort of governs our expenditures out of our county commission budget. And I did make a statement at the last meeting in regards to another resolution we passed that, you know, as a governing body, we do have ultimately the responsibility of policing ourselves, or monitoring ourselves, and setting rules around kind of how we govern ourselves and how we spend our funds. It was brought to my attention by some outside parties that there were some expenditures that were made by a commissioner for cost of musicians, MCs, or kind of a mistress of ceremonies, if you will, and some other expenditures for purposes of essentially holding themselves an anniversary party. And I guess they went through our system and they were approved and they were whatever. I don't know whether they were right or not. I won't opine on that, but I do think we need to be clear in our procedures that those types of expenditures shouldn't be permitted. So the ordinance does really, you know, few things. It says no expenditure shall be permitted for MCs, disc jockeys, or masters, mistresses of ceremonies, musicians. These are from our county commission specific budgets. Or any expenditures, including all party-related expenses for personal parties or events, including but not limited to birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, or principally for the benefit or recognition of the commissioner, other elected officials, or candidates for elected office. And that commissioner shall be personally responsible for payment of standard rental and usage fees of county facilities for items described in that subsection, and those standard fees shall not be waived, and that external affairs as well as DREAM shall not promote or provide for coverage for the events described in those particular subsections, and they've been authorized to do so by the Board of Commissioners as a whole. Shouldn't probably have to go this far to have to do these things, but it happened, so I feel like it should be spelled out.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
I would like to put forth amended by inserting a section 2A that reads to include town halls, public meetings, oath of office, and other such public purpose events shall be allowed and are exempt from section F1, 2, 3, and 4.
I'm not comfortable with the amendment. I feel comfortable with the way the resolution is written as it is, and that doesn't need to be explicitly said within it.
Anything else? All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 abstention. On page 8, 22-0329, request approval of an ordinance of the Fulton County Code of Ordinance to make defamation of other commissioners expressly prohibited and to provide penalties for any violation and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
The chairman has asked me, in the absence of the chairman and the vice chairman, to preside, so assuming that's not an issue for anybody, I'll accept his assignment here. We have Commissioner Abdurrahman in the queue.
Madam County Attorney, does this resolution leave it up to the board to determine what is defamation?
The procedure for determining a violation under this amendment would be the same as the current procedure within the decorum policy.
So that's a yes or a no?
It leaves it up to the board as to whether or not there's been a violation of the decorum policy.
And so, to make sure I understand what you're saying, is that it does leave it up to the board to determine what's defamation?
Yes, for purposes of this decorum policy.
Does this adjustment in any way set up a potential lawsuit in any way? Could be.
I don't think I understand your question. What do you mean?
This adjustment to the actual ordinance, the resolution, could it in any way set up a potential lawsuit in any way?
Anyone can file a lawsuit. That is not something that you can control. That question is broad.
Okay. Are there any First Amendment claims that can be lodged under this amendment?
Again, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you are asking me to pre-opine on matters that seem to implicate potential exposure for the county. So that is something I would be happy to discuss with you outside of open session, but I don't think it's appropriate for discussion in this forum.
Well, on that, you did put this resolution. You oversaw this resolution, or did?
I saw it on the agenda. Yes. I did.
Okay, but so when it was sent to you, did you check it for form and the clarity of it and the legality of it? Did you do any of that?
I certify those as to form, as I do when your office asks us to prepare matters as well.
Okay. As our county attorney, is truth a defense against defamation claims?
Generally, truth is a defense, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second to calling the question? All right. The motion to call the question has been seconded. Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open to call the question. Motion to call the question passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Did we have a motion on the paper itself? We have not had a motion or a second on that.
Move approval.
You want to press your button? Yeah. All right. The motion to approve has been made by Commissioner Arrington and seconded by Commissioner Hall. The question has been called, so there's no discussion. So let's go ahead with the vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 abstention.
Okay. Next item.
22-0330, request approval of a resolution to amend the procedural rules of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to authorize the clerk to the Board of Commissioners to remove items from the agenda that have been determined by the board to be reserved for executive session and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to call the question.
Okay. Is there a second? Commissioner Hall has seconded the calling of the question. Let's vote on that.
And the vote is open to call the question. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
On the main motion, which was moved by Commissioner Arrington and seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 abstention.
Next item.
22-0331, request approval of an ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code of Ordinance to modify, to prioritize public comments to Fulton County residents and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Commissioner Ellis is first in the queue.
Yeah, I just had one, just sort of practical question, and this is really for the clerk. Just, do we feel like we can execute on this? Is there any problem with doing that?
We could, I guess, check IDs. I don't know how we would do it through Zoom or email. That may be difficult. But we could ask for IDs here, as long as it's not a large group that would, you know.
They share screen on Zoom.
Mr. Ellis has the floor.
I mean, I'm generally supportive of this, and I do think our citizens should, be given priority for, when we've got sort of a limited prescribed time frame for public comment. So I do think that's, it's fair for that. I just want to make sure that if we pass it, we can effectuate the necessary procedures to allow it to occur. I mean, and if there needs to be, any further conversation to allow that to take place, or modifications to the ordinance, then I'll be it. But I don't know if you've looked at this to feel like you can answer that question effectively right now or not.
We would need to probably take some time to evaluate that. As I stated, I think that the only way we could really determine that would be with IDs, driver's license. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, obviously, they're supposed to state, I guess when they're in their public comment record, right?
Right.
So, I mean, I don't think you need to be in the, process of checking IDs and that sort of stuff. I think that's
That
probably
would be
goes.
the only way.
That goes a little bit, but if they would need to identify within their remarks. If they did that, do we have the ability to then prioritize it based upon, the cards that are submitted?
Yes, there is an area for you to have your address on the card.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could do it that way, but.
And does the ordinance, and this is a question, I guess, for Commissioner Arrington, and I can't remember does the ordinance specify that? I mean, it's not that non-Fulton County citizens would not be restricted from public comment. It's just that the Fulton County residents would be given priority and go first.
Yes, they would be given priority. So today, for example, we only had 6 speakers. So anyone that was not a Fulton County resident would likely have had time today.
And did the resolution speak specifically to all public comment or just for the public portion of public comment with people coming down?
I'm not sure if it's for all or just, I think it's for all, but.
Can the county attorney that did the language speak to that? I'm sorry it takes so long on this. I just want to make sure that we put it in place. We just can operate on it.
As currently drafted,
Yeah.
it only includes the in-person public
Okay.
comment.
Okay, so that, given that, it's pretty straightforward for you to be able to do the card so that the folks that notate a Fulton County residency or Fulton County address could be first, and then the other ones would be at the end. If we ran out of time, then
That's correct.
they
and
would come back
provide
to
us
those.
with the
Okay.
addresses.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Abdur-Rahman.
I would move to table this to get more information, because if we're still taking Zoom comments, if we're still taking online comments, but we are saying it only applies to people in person, I think there's a potential in any way to create, for us to be sued by a citizen who works in Fulton County, a citizen who goes to school in Fulton County, in terms of a citizen, period. So I believe it is in the best interest of this body to table this, to get more questions answered, because I even have a concern is if though we're putting more work on the unnecessary work on the clerk staff. And here again, how would you determine who is a Fulton County citizen? Are we requiring picture ID? Are we going to take a library card? Are we going to take voters registration? I have questions, and I think it's in the best interest that we table this and get those questions answered to be fair to all of the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County. I think you do not want to be accused of not being fair. So I would ask for a second on my motion just to table this to get some questions answered.
Commissioner, there is a difference between tabling and holding. Would a motion to hold be just as sufficient for you?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Is there a second on the motion to hold? I guess I'm gonna second that motion to hold for discussion purposes at least. But I had the same questions that Commissioner Ellis had about the verification, and the language talks about verifying the residency. I would have been comfortable with just filling out the card and taking their word for it, as opposed to, really doing an investigation and making sure some way. And I don't know, Commissioner Arrington, if that would be sufficient in your, with respect to why you put this forth. And I think I understood why it ought to be put forth, and I don't disagree with the concept. And it did seem to me, maybe we need a little clarification. It talks about the language that's been added is in the section dealing with, section D, 3D. And the sentence before the added language is, regardless of the form of the public comment, spoken/written, end quote, the time limit will be 2 minutes. And then it goes on to add about priority. So it sort of implies that it addresses written and oral, but maybe it needs a little clarification. Can I ask you, Mr. Arrington, to respond to those questions?
Certainly, thank you, Commissioner Morris. I'm happy to work with you and some of the other commissioners to find language that may be useful. In normal times and normal circumstances, Commissioner Morris, everything you said would be true, but these are not normal times. These are not normal circumstances. Someone firebombed my law office. Firebombed my law office. I go to the poll yesterday and my race is not on my ballot. These are unusual and unprecedented times. And so I agree with you. Normally we ought to be able to rely on people to provide their address and to just look at that. Unfortunately, I think we need identification, but my proposal was to let the clerk make that decision in her realm, how she verified them, and not to necessarily overstep my boundaries and tell her how to do it. I just kind of wanted to establish the policy and then give her that freedom.
And I think I heard the clerk suggesting you might want a little time to reflect on that. So maybe the motion to hold is in order. But Commissioner Hall is in the queue. I'll call on you, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. I just want to go to the fact that I offered a friendly amendment. I actually did it via email. My Chief of Staff, Anita Harris, sent an email on my behalf to the County Attorney and Commissioner Arrington and his Chief of Staff, Dorcia Simmons, for this particular item. And my friendly amendment was to restrict all non-county citizens from giving public comment after all in-person, Zoom, and emailed Fulton County citizens' comments have been heard. So I do agree that it needs to cover all of the means of communication that we offer to our citizens. So I had actually presented that as a friendly amendment. I just did it via email because trying to get it done before the board meeting. And additionally, my question was, does Fulton County citizen include those citizens that have businesses and nonprofit employees in Fulton County?
Okay.
I don't know that it is defined, but I certainly will accept the friendly amendment. But I'm happy to hold to work with you and Commissioner Morris, Ellis, Hausman, or Pitts about how to proceed and go forward.
Okay. Do we need to take a vote on the motion to hold? Okay.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. Next item, please.
Bottom of page 8, Commissioners' Full Board Appointments, 22-0332, Hospital Authority of Fulton County. The Board of Trustees of the Hospital Authority re-elected Barbara Pear, elected Stephen Moss, M.D., and re-elected Stephen J. Wells, M.D., for terms ending April 1st, 2026.
This is a little bit unusual. You may recall that we put forth they put forth some names for us to send back to them. And then from those names that they had sent us, they picked these 3 folks and then now sent it back to us to sort of accept them. So I've made that motion to approve their selection of these board members, and Commissioner Ellis has seconded. Commissioner Arrington, you want to speak on this?
No, I would just like to get a copy of their mission statement. We just had another hospital close in South Fulton, and this, I know we have the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. This authority is labeled Hospital Authority of Fulton County, and I see Northside in parentheses. So I just need to understand more about what they're doing and what their area and territory is. But I don't have any problem going forward with the slate of nominees as suggested.
Okay. I'll ask my chief of staff perhaps to track that down for everybody. That would be terrific.
Okay, yeah, or the county attorney's office may be able to do it. I can assume that there's some type of bylaws or charter or something. Is it a state entity? Is it a county?
My
entity?
understanding is the county owns the land, and the hospital rents it from
So
the county.
very similar to Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority.
Except we don't pay them a lot of money. We don't pay them any money.
So when it says north side, it's talking about Northside
Northside Hospital, that's correct.
Okay, it's not just talking about all of the north side.
That's correct. It's just Northside Hospital.
See, so a lot of that stuff can be misleading as the way it's presented.
All right, if there are no other questions or comments, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. And back on page 5, 22-0315, presentation of the COVID-19 operational response update.
Great. I think this is the last item on the agenda. So, County Manager, it's almost 3, so you only have 2 hours. So we're going to wrap up by 5.
You surprised me. I thought you were going to say 2 minutes, and that's what we're prepared for. It's a very routine report, Commissioners. I'll give you some upfront comments, and then I think Doug Schuster is available. Matt Kamau is at the Kentucky Derby, shadowing their emergency management folks. As a Kentuckian, I'm offended that I wasn't invited, but I'm pleased that he's thought so highly of that they've invited him there. The trends are continue to be good. The cases rising slightly to 94 or so, which is a little bit more than the per capita average, which would be 60. Hospitalizations and deaths have declined and plateaued. The BA2 variant is the most prevalent, makes up 66% of the cases now. The projections, though, as you look through your material, still look very good, and no uptick is forecasted at this point. Given other factors, not COVID-related, bed availability is less than 15%, and the morgue census is at 88, so both are at levels of concern, and we continue to monitor those. We remain in a transition phase as we continue to administer tests and vaccines. Our discussion this past week, we are still delivering about 400 to 500 vaccines per week. We are augmenting testing with 4 water treatment plant sites this next week, and then 20 targeted manholes in the next month or so in this partnership with Emory that I discussed in the last meeting. We also are prepared now to launch kiosk-based testing here at 141, the courts system, and then at the jail. They'll give us insight into any emerging trends without any intensive labor content. And if that goes well, we plan to pick some other locations for more readily public access. Dr. Rochelle reports that we've almost now fully distributed this first incremental tranche of $25 million in the emergency rental assistance. So now we begin the second tranche of that. We'll keep you updated as that moves along. Our operations remain open. We managed through the special grand jury security restrictions, I think, without a hiccup. In fact, it's probably a good drill for us for other purposes from talking to the sheriff. We did have 5 new cases reported in the last reporting period, so still pretty nominal. In addition, as you know, advanced voting began this Monday. We've listed the COVID protocols in your material, as well as sent you a memorandum to that effect. And again, the summary of that is masks are not required, but are available in our polling places upon citizen request. I don't think we have certainly any in the 30 advanced locations that require masking. If that is required on election day, we'll be prepared to do that. We've implemented the key classification changes and are seeing good progress. One most encouraging in the last IT status call that we had on Friday, Glenn reported vacancies declining from to 33. So in about the next 30 to 45 days, we'll give you an overall report, but anticipating now a very positive impact. One thing I want to bring to your attention that's somewhat outside of this, but some of this funded by our ARPA funds, is that we have a significant number of facility builds or planned investments. And just to remind you, animal shelter, public safety training center, an election central warehouse, HHS centers at North Point and Stonewall Tell, the Fulton County Airport, a housing option on FIB yet to be fleshed out. Of course, pandemic proofing the 141 building, and then the penultimate project, which will be whatever results from the jail feasibility study. So just keep that in mind. We're beginning to assess it for both financial implications as well as operational capacity to manage, but we've got a lot actually in front of us. Last, I just want to make note of, because of not only that it's Mental Health Awareness Month, but I think we're the only county that has launched a campaign to bring attention to that important issue. Included in your package is all of the aspects of this overall campaign: digital billboards, social media, paid search, and radio. So hopefully you'll take a look at that summary, and as well, perhaps already seeing it in the public. And then last, of course, our COVID financial program is now at $355 million, with the additional $25 million received for ERAP. It remains in good shape. It's all fully allocated with a $26 million reserve. So just keep that in mind as external parties approach us for any significant allocations. So Commissioner Morris, that's our report. If the board has any questions, I can probably answer those, or if Doug is available, I'll call on him.
Questions or comments from the board? Seeing none.
That concludes our
Thank you.
report.
Thank you. Golly, you could have used just a few minutes. It's not 3 o'clock yet. All right, if there's nothing else to come before us, we will stand adjourned.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.